Under True Starling, if she can find contest director Ty Sarati from the WSL, who's going to let us know what we're looking at today and for the remainder of the week. As on the screen, a bit of a late takeoff, and unfortunately no waves there for Harish.
Yeah, a bit of a slow heat right now, but we are still coming off that high tide, and we've seen consistently throughout the last few days we've been here that it does get better on that lower tide. So I think that's probably why the contest directors have opted for the 30-minute heats. And I think as well, it's exciting for us. We get to see these guys show us what they've got for longer than the usual 20-minute heats we see for these QS 3000s. But yeah, everywhere you look, everyone's pretty stoked that there's an event here. You know, as you said, we spoke to Mumu and he was telling us how exciting it was for him to see a QS 3000 come here.
All right, this looks like Harish, our heat leader. Couple of turns, he is out of there. 18 minutes 50 to run. Just wondering if True Starling is with Ty Sarati just yet.
I am.
Eighteen and a half minutes to run. It's Harish with a 4 and a 2.5 who's in the lead, an all-Indian affair at the top of the leaderboard.
So in the round one, it's actually the top 15 surfers who competed in this Indian competition series. So there was 4 events, and it was all about consistency and results. And the top 3 results counted. And we actually got to see the awards ceremony 2 days ago, and they won a motorbike. So we got to see the men's and the women. They got to take home a motorbike for the people who won and were the most consistent through the series. So the top 5 girls are competing in round 1, and the top 15 boys, as we're seeing 4 of them now, they're competing in the round 1 of this. So yeah, it's so good to see more of the Indian contingency out here. As we see, I believe this is the surfer in white.
Yeah, that was Ruben V, sitting down in 4th place. All right, 17 minutes to go. This is the first ever WSL heat to be held in India. And we're all pretty excited to be here for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We are at Mahabalipuram, about 60 kilometres south of Chennai on the east coast. And here goes our heat leader, Harish, working his way down the line. 2 turns, releases the tail on the second one. And gets a little closeout jam to sign off. A little reform left, if you don't mind. So linking this one through to the inside. That's going to be a second score for Harish and extend his lead with 16 minutes 20 to go.
Yeah, he had great style. Loved his bottom turn. Heaps of flow through that wave. So
ended up right next to the rock on the inside. So you can see that not much swell at the moment, and it's, you know, bang on high tide. But when it starts to run out, those waves are going to definitely stretch out a lot further down the beach. This is our surfer in red on his backhand. This is Lakshitha Madhushan from Sri Lanka. And I think I surfed with Lakshitha yesterday.
I actually spent a bit of time in Sri Lanka about 2 weeks ago, and the waves here are pretty similar to the waves in Sri Lanka.
All right, so we're waiting for the numbers to drop in for our surfer in red. Harish just extended his lead. His last wave was the best of the event so far, a 4.25. To find out what else we're in store for through the next few days, let's cross down to True Starling, who is with Ty Sarati from the WSL.
Yeah, thanks so much, Binzi. I'm here with Ty Surati for the opening day of the Tamil Nadu Surf Open. Ty, how amazing it is to be here in India, and what have we got on the cards for the rest of the day?
Yeah, true. It's super exciting to have the first WSL event in India. A lot of hard work has gone into making this event possible, and yeah, pretty excited to get the show on the road. Today we're going to do men's round 1 and women's round 1 and keep men's round 2 on standby if the waves improve with the lower tide. But yeah, that's it for the day.
Amazing. Thanks so much for the chat, Ty, and looking forward to the rest of the day. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, True. And that was Ty Surati from the WSL giving us the rundown. So men's round 2 is on standby. As we see Lakshitha on his backhand in red. It's a smaller wave, it's not standing up too much, but it's going to keep running and allow him to rattle off a couple of turns. And that might definitely go into his top 2 with 14 minutes remaining.
Lakshitha would be right at home here in India, seeing as Sri Lanka's basically the home of right-hand point breaks. And,
yeah, a lot of similarities. You've just been in Sri Lanka?
Yeah. I was there, luckily enough, for about 8 days, not last week, the week before. And we served plenty of right-hand points from Aragon, Peanut Farm, Elephant Rock, and then we surfed this pretty cool temple wave called Orkanda. But yes, similar climate, similar waves. I feel like when this wave will get a bit more swell, it'll be pretty similar to Peanut Farm. But yeah, I feel like Lakshitha would be right at home here, so he'd be looking to make a few heats, seeing as he'd be comfortable in these conditions. But we just saw our heat leader up and out on another one, and that's the short temple that we keep talking about. So that's the 7th temple. The other six are unfortunately underwater, but it's pretty cool to be surfing and then to see the temple to your right.
Yeah, the 7 pagodas that Marco Polo first referenced when he came here. This Chennai was a massive hub on the Silk Route back in the early days of Indian trading. And of the 7 pagodas, that's the one remaining above sea level. It's the beautiful Shore Temple, and it's just on that rock wall that you can see on the right of the screen. So waves do not get much more picturesque than what we're seeing here in India. And yes, a lot of similarities to Sri Lanka. Obviously, same swell direction, same kind of time of year that you want to surf around here, June through till August, September. And then everything sort of shifts to the west coast in India after that, over around Goa, but it's not really the same calibre of wave as we see here on the east coast. That's more short period swell and more just kind of surf schooly, roll in, push in type stuff for all the backpackers and trippers and trance heads over at Goa.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool spot to be able to have a contest in, seeing as this is probably the place in India that sucks in the most swell. We get the swell.
Ruben straight into a little bit of a rock and roll float. He gives himself a bit of a clap. And now we see Lakshitha on his backhand. He's found a set. And this is a good looking wave for the man in red. He's going to challenge for the lead once this one comes in. He kicks out just inside the rock. We missed what he did at the start of that wave. Hopefully we can catch up on all of that on a replay, because it looked like he was flying down the line. And I think that might be one of the best waves we've seen so far this morning.
I think I'm going to go out and say maybe the best wave. Those first couple of turns that we saw on screen were pretty exciting. They were pretty vertical. And he was, no stopping, straight into another one. And then, took it all the way into the inside of that rock. And I think this is a replay of the last wave.
And the score's already dropped to 6.5. One judge going as high as a 7. So definitely the best wave we've seen so far, and an indication of what lies ahead as the waves are going to continue to get better and better through the day as the tide runs out. And as we go deeper into the field, the standard of surfing is going to get better and better as well.
Yeah, that was some pretty solid surfing. I wasn't expecting that, actually. He was just on those best waves that come through, and I reckon they break a little bit wider than the an original peak, I would say. I was watching it for a while, and every now and then there's a wider set that goes straight into the inside of the rock, which is where we saw Lakshitha pull off. And so I think he might have found himself one of those gems that just hold up all the way through rather than being a little bit sectiony than the other waves. So I think that's the type of surfing that we're expecting to see for the rest of the week when the swell comes in.
Well, here we go. Lakshith has found himself a left as well, so he's obviously sitting wider of the rock wall because there's definitely the odd wave that runs back into the groin. Yeah, yesterday when the tide did get lower, we saw a lot of surfers actually sitting past the rock, surfing more of a beachy off to the north. And this is Harish working his way through the inside, connects beautifully with the end section, and he is out.
As we see a pretty cool look back shot of the break. You can even see one of the rocks on the beach that has a carving in there, and one of the cameramen is actually set up in there, so he's got a pretty cool little setup to be able to film the live broadcast that we're on today.
Yeah, this is a fantastic angle, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you can see the boats down at the bottom left of the screen. They're the ones we were talking about earlier. They leave nice and early in the morning. They go out to the reef out there, which Mumi was telling us people come from south to come up and fish here. They've got a really great reef, and even sometimes, depending on the season, they'll go night fishing from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. So these guys are definitely committed.
Yeah, it's a great part of the world around here. We're about halfway between Chennai and Pondicherry. If you've ever read the book The Life of Pi, that's where they set out from. And Pondicherry has French heritage, so there's quite a bit of influence of France that's visible down around that part of the world. And it's got some waves as well. I was surfing with a young guy yesterday who'd come up from Pondicherry just to check out the event and was telling me all about the waves down around his hood. It's just, yeah, awesome to be here in India. I think we're all kind of pinching ourselves that this is happening, and also really, really pleasantly surprised by how vibrant the scene is and how good the waves are looking like they can get.
Today is also Independence Day in India, and it's pretty cool. I just feel like there's lots of bright and colourful scenes all around us, and it's a public holiday, but we're in quite a touristy part of India, so it is pretty busy here today. But I think the more spectators we have down here watching the surfers, the more the vibe will, just continue to grow around the competition site.
Yep. August 15, 1947 was when the Indians declared independence from Great Britain and started flying their own tricolour, the saffron white and green national flag. And it's everywhere around the place today, rightfully so. So happy Independence Day to any Indians who are out there tuning in. And hopefully we can do up the English tomorrow night at the FIFA Women's World Cup to help the Indians celebrate.
Yes. Matildas are definitely doing Australia proud, but we aren't here for that. We're here for India today, and yeah, this is history. These guys are actually making history, the first ever WSL event over here, and hopefully the first of many. These guys have put on a great event so far. I think the event scaffolding and even the event site, they've got a spectators area down to the right of where we are with lots of different colourful flags all over it. So it's been pretty interesting to see the way the Indians run events. I personally haven't been to an all-Asian event before, so it's been really nice for me to be able to take in the way that the Asians and the Indians do everything over here.
Yeah, flying into Chennai the other day, the Chennai Super Kings are the local Indian Premier League cricket team, and they have been a powerhouse in the Indian competition for years and years. And you fly in over their stadium, it's right on the beach. It's this incredible, huge, coliseum basically built on the sand. And yeah, the Super Kings. Chennai originally was called Madras, but it's called Chennai these days. And led by MS Dhoni, has been just a force to be reckoned with in the Indian Premier League over the years.
That was our surfer in blue, Harish. Looked like he was finishing off his 5th ride for the heat. So we are coming down to that 5-minute mark. I swear this heat is just flying by. But yeah, we've still got Red out in the lead with that 6.5. That wave was pretty impressive. I was in shock as soon as he started that first backhand rail. I was like, oh, here we go. Like this is what we're looking for. So hopefully we can see a few more of them before the heat ends. And here we go. Here's the man himself.
Yeah, this is Lakshitha once again. So the sole Sri Lankan in this heat up against 3 Indians. And I'm sure that the 3 surfers from Team India wouldn't be happy to see a Sri Lankan win the first ever WSL heat held in their homeland. So they've got a little bit to fight for with 4.5 minutes remaining. Harish with a 4.25 and a 4 is chasing a 5.66 for the lead. Lakshitha is looking to replace a 3.4 to build on his lead. And Tayan and Ruben are battling it out, chasing, differing 5s to see if they can't get up to second and progress. 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, predominantly this opening round is mostly Indians and like Lakshitha, a couple of Sri Lankans, but it's all very exciting. Like I touched on earlier, this is the top 15 Indians who competed in the 4-event Indian series. So they've been up and down the east coast of India. The last one was held over the weekend where we saw, first place, they won motorcycles. And True and I, my sister, were actually pretty jealous because they were really cool motorbikes. But it's really exciting to see just the stage that they put on for their competitors over here. The Kovon Classic that we saw over the weekend, they made it more than a surf event. It was a music festival, it was a fitness festival, it was a food festival as well. So I think, the standard was set pretty high coming into this event after being at the Kovon Classic, and they're definitely delivering.
Yeah, it was huge. It was sort of 5,000+ people on the beach. Massive stage. Plenty of rock bands and music, and there was yoga demonstrations, and the surf comp was definitely not an afterthought. It was front and center, running out on the beach. Different wave up there at Kovalam. And for a lot of us who'd just flown in, it was a bit of an eye-opener to walk into such a scene straight off the bat.
Yeah, hopped off the plane and was in a mosh pit, basically. But it was heaps of fun. It was a pretty great way to be introduced to India. And I'd do it all over again, to be honest, if I got the opportunity.
All right, 2 minutes to go. Can Harish, Ruben or Tayan overthrow Lakshitha for the lead? The first ever heat to be held in India. First ever WSL heat to be held in India. And at the moment, it's Sri Lanka who's looking to take it out. 1:45 to run. And it is that man, Lakshitha Madhushan, with a 6.5, best wave of the heat. That's going to take some beating over the next few rounds, I think. He just really squared off and linked together a bunch of turns and gave us a little sneak preview of just what the wave here at Mahabalipuram might be able to produce. The locals are telling us that this is, 2 out of 10 conditions for as good as it gets. We've got it on good authority that can, really run and be a pretty punchy wall, a few tubes. This looks like Tayan Arun in green. Or was that Harish? I'd pick apart the blues and the greens, looking into the morning sun. 50 seconds remaining. It was Tayan Arun. He's looking for 5.2. It's not going to be that score. 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, Lakshitha has kind of run away with this one with that 6.5. Again, really impressive surfing from the Sri Lankan. Like I touched on earlier, I do think he's pretty comfortable in these types of conditions. We've got Harish holding on to second place. And It looked like a set roll through just then, but no takers. That was one of the ones that went onto the rock, but here we go. His second place. This is Harish. Beautiful opening first turn. Straight into a carve, looking for a third section, but this one just dying out on him. So he's looking to secure second place. And this is our heat leader bringing it in.
All right, so it's looking like Lakshitha Madhushan is going to progress. We're still waiting on a score to come in for Harish. He needs a 5.66, and it is going to fall a little bit short of that one. So we might throw to our first break here at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. And Jesse, why don't you go down and have a chat with Lakshitha? Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open right after this quick break. Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Chris Binns in the booth, joined by Dai Wacko. And mate, what do you think of the Indian surf scene so far?
Wow, I'm just excited to see all the Indian surfers ripping out there, and the surf's looking good.
You got out in the water yesterday. What did you make of the waves?
Yeah, I surfed at about lunchtime yesterday, and it was kind of weak, but still the right running through the rocks, and it was actually, I had fun.
Yeah,
by myself out there.
All the staff and crew so far. The twin fin seems to be the board of choice, but they might go out the window as we get a little bit of swell start to hit over the next few days. This is Akilan S, our surfer in blue, opening proceedings. We just saw Lakshitha take the win in the last heat for Sri Lanka. I'm sure we're going to cross down to Jesse Starling to have a chat with him shortly. Here goes Sanjay Selvamani on his forehand, kicking things off for his campaign. 27 minutes to run.
Well, the surf's picked up a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think as the tide drops out, the conditions will definitely click into gear a little bit more. It doesn't look too flash at the moment, but it's, yeah, didn't look much better when we surfed yesterday, and it was really fun. What a great time.
Yeah, you just got to wait for the right waves, and you just get one, and you just put it in a couple of turns, and hopefully we see some great surfing after this.
So that is Jesse, who's going to have a chat with Lakshitha, the winner of the last heat, in a second. We can see all the fishing boats in the background. It's just a spectacular scene to walk down the beach in amongst the fishing boats and the cows and the beautiful big temple on the rock wall. can't wait to see how competition ramps up over the course of the week. Early scores are in. Sanjay Selvamani, a 4 for his opener, has moved into the lead. Kalapathy S with a 2.5 is in second. All right, and with 3 of our 4 surfers dropping in their first scores, we might just have a little break and throw down to Jussie Starling, who's with Lakshitha, the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, I'm down here with my new friend Laki from Sri Lanka, and you just won the first ever WSL heat run in India. How are you feeling?
I'm super stoked about it, and yeah, actually I got the right wave, so yeah, make through. I'm super stoked.
Yeah, conditions were pretty slow at the start of the heat, and then you got that one wave. You locked in a 6.5. You must have felt pretty good after that.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I got the luckiest one I think of the heat, so yeah, happy about it.
And are you pretty comfortable here, being Sri Lanka not too far? I feel like the conditions are almost the same as Sri Lanka. I just spent a week there not too long ago. Do you feel like you're at home here?
Yes, but here the waves are a bit smaller than the home, but it's a very new experience for us to ride these. Yeah, so happy.
And is there anything you want to say to anyone back home?
Thanks everyone for supporting and serving Federation of Sri Lanka and my family, friends. Yeah, so thank you everyone.
Cool. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Cheers, Jesse. How good. That is the first ever winner of a WSL heat here in India, Lakshitha from Sri Lanka. And he was ripping. Did you see his 6.5?
Yes, he was ripping on his backhand, and yeah, from the heat, the sets are coming through, the good sets are coming through, and hopefully we can see some great actions from this heat as well.
So, Dai, tell us a little bit about yourself. We've got you here. You're Japanese, but you live on the Gold Coast these days?
Yes, I used to live on Gold Coast when I was a teenager and goes to PVC. It's a high school kind of near Crumbin area, and I spent some time in Australia.
And you're living back in Japan now?
Yeah, I'm now back in Japan, and I used to doing Japanese pro surfing circuit tour.
Yeah.
But now I'm just focusing on traveling a lot, and I ended up here now.
Yeah, well, it's fantastic that you are here because, this is an Asian sanctioned event, and there's a huge contingent of Japanese surfers in the field. So it'd be great to have you unlock a few secrets on a lot of the competitors and give us a little bit more of a backstory on who they are and how they go about it, because the Japanese surfing is making a massive push at the moment.
Yes, it's getting bigger and bigger in Japan. The surfing industry is getting bigger because of the Olympics. And yeah, I'm just so excited to tell about Japanese surfing industries and the surfers in this event, because these events are very important for them as well.
Have you spoken to many of the Japanese competitors this week? Are they excited to be here? Have they been? Any of them been to India before?
Probably none of them have been here before, because and they're excited to be here, but they just kind of have like this culture shock maybe, because from this heat, from this total different culture, but they're still having fun in the water as well.
And a lot of the Japanese surfers are incredible small wave surfers. You get those, the beach breaks in Japan. It's short period swell, lots of peaky little wedges up and down the beach. But this wave doesn't seem too similar to a Japanese wave. Like, there's still a little bit to figure out for the Japanese surfers.
That's actually so true. We don't really have this kind of wave, like running passing through the rocks and running through the point. But kind of like power side, it's kind of similar to Japan wave. So probably they're gonna figure it out.
Yeah. All right. This is Sanjay Selvamani. He is our heat leader. He's got a 4. And can he add to it? Well, this one keeps pushing. So a couple more turns, a little bit of a bonus section. He's linking it through to the inside. Not done yet. Now he signs off. But yeah, it's deceptive this wave. You think it's fading out, and it gives you that little push, and you can keep running down the line. That's what we were all doing on our twinnies yesterday. Was just catching long, long waves down the beach.
Trying to find the long walls to go, trying to passing the rock in the middle of the area, and I'm pretty sure that those surfers trying to get those sets and waiting for the coming.
All right, so Sanjay's last wave was a 2.85. That's extended his lead only just. Priority sits with Ismail Miglal, who has a 4.25. That's the best wave of the heat so far. He's looking for a minus score to move into second. He's looking for not much to move into the lead. And we're a third of the way through this heat already. 20 minutes, 30 seconds to run. So we are in the men's round of 56. We have 4 heats. And then we're going to roll on into the women's round of 20. Yep. So there's 2 4 women heats in the round of 20. So then straight into the round of 16 for the women. The men will be surfing the round of 48 after this. So we've got seeded surfers, obviously, who are coming in the round of 48 and then in the round of 32. So 19 to 45 to go. And it is Sanjay Selvamani in the lead with a 4 and a 2.85. And this is the drone shot showing us the waves on offer at the beautiful Mahabalipuram. Not sure what we're looking at the inset on that split shot. And the water is very pleasantly warm. It's not boiling. It's not as hot as you'd think it might be, but it's warm.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by how cold the water is, because from the heat from the land, I thought it would have been more warmer, but it was really nice in the water.
Yeah, really pleasant. There was a Japanese surfer yesterday wearing a spring suit, which I thought was a little bit over the top. I reckon I would have melted if I was in a
I
wetsuit.
will be melting too. But yeah, the water is really nice. I think it's better be in the water than
On land,
on the
yeah,
land.
it is boiling hot on land, especially when you've got these big lights like we do here in the studio. But yeah. And then you start eating the spicy food and you really start sweating, but it's fantastic. It's the endorphins kicking, that's for sure. So this is us on screen. I'm Chris Binns. This is Dio Wacko. And have you done much commentary?
Back in Japan,
Back in
yes, I have a
Japan,
couple
yeah.
of times, and I found out this is really fun and exciting to tell the live actions through web. And actually, this is my first time full English version of it. So
Oh, mate, you're doing. you speak better English than most Aussie surfers, that's for sure.
Thank you. But yeah, I'm here to tell stories of Japanese surfers on this event, and surfing in Japan is getting really big, and for them this is gonna be a way to their dreams. So hopefully I can help them out.
Yeah, absolutely. And you sort of see the evolution. I'm sure 20 years ago Japanese surfing was probably where Indian surfing is right now.
Yeah, I've heard.
Or maybe a little bit longer, 30 or 40 years ago. So this is the biggest set. Might have, Ismail kind of gave up on that one. Cashed in his priority, didn't do much with it. 17 minutes to go.
That's a nice lip action from the surfing red.
Yeah, Kalapati on his forehand. So seen the goofy footers chase a few left.
A few left from the last heat as well. I'm kind of surprised, but nothing really big going on in the middle of the heat. Hopefully, there's gonna be the set.
All right, this is our heat leader, Sanjay Selvamani. Big section, cracks it. Can he get over the little double up? Well, it runs through to the inside, but he didn't get a section to work with. So all the points there will be for that first turn. It was a pretty strong one.
That's great for him. I think he has a backup score of 2.85, and he might have better the score.
Yep, it's looking that way. 16 minutes to go. Now we are seeing Akelan, our surfer in blue, open face carve through a big bucket of spray and maybe just sunk a little bit too much rail, drove himself back into the white water and couldn't regain the open face. 16 minutes remaining. And yeah, it's bang on high tide right now, and these are the conditions we're looking at. So as the tide starts to run out, a little bit more swell, we could be in for a pretty good afternoon. Look at this thing linking itself through to the inside. Releases the tail, didn't mind that, and now Akelan is out of there. All right, this is Kalapati on his forehand. So the goofy footer's chasing these left.
This is a replay of the last blue, I believe.
Yeah, that's Akelan.
The last score from White, he better the score. He got 2.9. He's in the first place with 4.0 and 2.9. And the last of the blue, he got 2.55. He's in the fourth position. He's looking for 2.85 to advance to the second place to proceed to the next round.
Yeah, 14 minutes to go. This is the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We are coming to you from Mahabalipuram, which is a little surfing, well, traditionally a fishing village, soon to be a surfing village, about 60 kilometres south of Chennai. Still took us an hour and a half to get here on the roads. As we see, wow, Ismail Miglal throwing some heat on his forehand. If he'd ridden out of that second turn, we might have seen him threatening one of the best scores of the day.
He's only looking for 1.10 to go to second place.
Took us through these turns.
That's a nice. The last one was the on point. I wish he could have made it out, and he could have got the better score. But he got the last score of green. He got 2.15, and that put him into the second place now.
Yeah, I think the 265 needed for the lead would have been well and truly blown out of the water if Ismail could have ridden out of that last ender. Big fin release, tail waft over the closeout section. Wasn't to be, but you just know now what he's got in his armoury, and if Ismail can find the right section, watch out. Sanjay Selvamani is the current heat leader. He's got a 4 and a 2.9. Ismail has a 4.25. He's chasing a 2.65. Kalapati and Akelan both looking for 3s to get up to second. And here goes Kalapati on his backhand. Just the one turn, the wave races off without him. That's not going to help his cause. And these events don't happen without the efforts of lots of people putting in the work. Thank you very much to the Indian Surfing Federation for everything that they've done in partnership with the WSL to make this event happen. And thank you to all of the sponsors, the TT Group, the Jawa Yezdi Motorcycles, who we've already seen give away a couple of bikes. Score Condoms, they've got their banners flying all around the place. VDM Home Appliances, MRF Tyres, Chola Insurance, Martin Group, City Union Bank, Chettinad Super Specialty Hospital, Marmoris Beach Lounge, which is the venue right here that we're operating out of, the Chariot Beach Resort, which is the beautiful hotel we are all staying at, about 10 minutes away, also on the beach with its very own golf course, don't mind that, and Coke and Red Bull, who are all keeping us hydrated and up and about. 11 minutes to run, and no scores of any significance really dropping in. So it's still Sanjay in the lead. Here goes Akilan throwing up a reverse and couldn't quite ride out of it. That would have been pretty sick. Wasn't expecting that though.
Didn't even expecting that, but it was. He would have got the best score if he made it out. But seems like they can. Seems like surfers try find out how to find the better ways on the set.
Okay, just about 10 minutes to go. Here is Ismail. We know what he's capable of. He's going to be hunting a section, cracks it once, and unfortunately overcooks it slightly once again and goes down. But Ismail Miglal from the Maldives is not going to be holding back. So you'll hear us talk a lot this week about the three nations, India, Sri Lanka and the Maldives. They've not teamed up, but they do surf a lot of competitions between those three countries. Obviously, India's in the middle, and then it's not too far either way, east or west, to the Maldives or Sri Lanka. And yeah, we just saw Lakshitha from Sri Lanka take out the last heat, and this is Ismail from the Maldives in green, flying the flag for his atoll nation. And then India in the middle, obviously very strongly represented this week at the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
So have you ever been to Sri Lanka before?
Yeah, I've been to Sri
there?
Lanka and the Maldives. They're both fantastic places.
Yeah.
And Maldives, beautiful, beautiful island chain, turquoise water, incredible reefs and pristine open ocean swells. Sri Lanka, a lot more like what we're seeing here in India. Golden sand beaches, steaming hot, cool point breaks up and down the coast, and obviously the same swells that hit Sri Lanka then continue on their way to land here at Mahabalipuram. And very similar waves as well. A bit hotter in Sri Lanka, but admittedly I've only been to Sri Lanka in sort of July when it's prime time and sizzling. This is Kalapati in red on his backhand, linking together some turns. He's looking for a 3.56 to get up to second with just over 8 minutes remaining. How about yourself, Di? Have you made it to Sri Lanka or the Maldives?
Yes, I was actually in Sri Lanka 2 months ago,
Yep.
and I was surfing Algam Bay, which is exactly, pretty much same waves like here, right hand break, and it was great. It was fun, and they have a great surfers over there too.
Fantastic surfers. Busy? Was it crowded at A-Bay?
Actually, yes, it was super crowded with actually international surfers,
Yeah.
not only locals, but from Japan, from Europe, all over the countries. But it was Algam Bay is the place to go surf in this season.
The good thing about A-Bay is, there can be 50 people in the water at A-Bay, and you jump in a tuk-tuk and you go 10 minutes up the coast and you surf a point just like this one
Yes.
with 3 people out. All right, here goes Akalan. And that wave is not cooperating with him. We're still waiting on a score to come in for Sanjay Selvamani, who's looking to consolidate the lead. That's not going to factor in for either of our surfers with 7 minutes remaining.
The surfing red and surfing blue, they're looking for not big scores. Once they get the right sets, they're definitely gonna get the right scores. Here comes the blue up and riding, nice finish of the turn, but he could not just ride out of it. The surfing blue, he needs 3.86.
Okay, just over 6 minutes to go. All scores are in, and well, there's not much between first, second, and third. Akalan, as we're seeing here on screen, is a little bit off the pace. His last score just came in at a 1.85. Doesn't factor in. 5 minutes 50 to run. Oh, that water looks so inviting. It is so hot here on land.
Especially in this studio with the lights. It just...
Okay, 5 minutes remaining. So 30 minutes for the round of 56 heats is fantastic. Gives every surfer plenty of opportunity to sink his teeth into all the available waves. And at the moment, it's Sanjay Selvamani in the lead with a 4 and a 2.9. He would love to get rid of that 2.9 and extend his lead, because Ismail Miglal from the Maldives is breathing hot and heavy down his neck. We've got a 4.25 as Ismail's high score. Just a 2.15 is his backup, but we've seen that he's obviously capable of far, far more. He's thrown some really big turns in the mix, just hasn't been able to hang on to them. But you know that if he can get one of those big forehand gouges going, he's looking at a spot in the lead. 4 minutes 14 to run. Kalapati is sitting in third, chasing just a 3.06 to get up to second, and Akalan needs a 3.86 to get up to second. 4 minutes remaining, so pretty tight between all four of our surfers. Will we get another set or two to try and figure this one out before time ticks away? 3 minutes 50 to go.
30 minutes of the heat is really good for every surfers, because see the live score. They got plenty of waves, plenty of opportunities. It's very good for surfers.
Yeah, and it looks like Akalan now up and riding on his forehand. Goes off the screen, and well, he doesn't need much to jump up to second.
Oh, he almost hit a rock.
Yeah, he finished up way down the beach. 3 minutes remaining. So score to come in for Blue. This will be an important number. See if he can tighten things up even further. So this was the kind of work that our man in blue put together. I'm not sure he quite rode out that last turn. It was pretty flat. Not much engagement of the rail. Definite length of ride. Finished up, you know, right down in front of that rock. It is smack bang in the lineup. 2.5 minutes to go. Priority is with the man sitting second, Ismail Miglal from the Maldives. He's got the best wave of the heat, a 4.25. Doesn't really have a backup. Doesn't need a whole lot to move into the lead, which is currently held by Sanjay Selvamani. Can we see our first ever Indian heat victory at the WSL level? Actually, maybe that's happened before. In
That
an
would have
event
been
in the Maldives or the Sri Lanka in the past, but this would definitely be the first Indian heat win on Indian soil at the WSL level. 1 minute 50 to go. And this is Kalapati, currently sitting third. He's chasing a 3.06. Didn't want to hold back. Wants to earn his way into the next round. 90 seconds to go. He goes down. And that's going to be a minor score.
Can they get the next set? But doesn't look like offering so much of the waves. And 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining.
So a point and a half separating first and fourth. At the moment, it's Sanjay Selvamani. Here goes Kalapati. This is a replay of his last wave. And that was just a minus score. 45 seconds to go. Will I get the chance to go and chat to Sanjay Selvamani and congratulate him on winning India's first ever QS heat on Indian soil? 30 seconds remaining. You can see the competitors in the next heat, they are paddling out smack bang in the middle of the lineup. I can imagine that the beach commentary won't be very happy with that. 10 seconds to go. Someone is on the move right now.
Surfing white.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
All right, well, it looks like Sanjay Selvamani has taken the heat win for India. The man in white, this is Ismail Miglal bringing his way in green. He's from the Maldives, and he will progress in second place. We're going to throw to a quick ad break. I'm going to go down and chat to the winner of that last heat. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open coming our way really shortly.
Okay, counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
We're off to the start of round 1, heat 3. In the waters are Hansike from Sri Lanka in red, M. Manikandan in blue from India, Varun T. Nitish in white from India, and Zaki Yusuf from Maldives in green. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open, the QS 3000 men's event.
And the official results from that last heat. The surfer in white won the heat from India, Sanjay Selvamani. So congratulations, first Indian surfer to win a WSL heat. That's a big performance. Give it up for Sanjay. Great performance. A winning heat number 2. Second position went to the surfer in green from the Maldives, Ismail on 6.4. Third position, red, just missing out, and fourth position in blue. But all credit to our surfer from India, Sanjay, in the white. Heat winner.
All right, welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. My name is True Starling, and I'm here with Dai Waco. Dai, that last heat looked pretty impressive with the first Indian surfer getting through his heat.
First ever getting through the heat on Indian soil. That would have been so much meant to him.
Yeah, it would have been a pretty impressive thing. And in this heat, we have Idipili Hansika, he's in the red. In the blue is Manikandan M. He is in the blue. And then in the white, we have Nitish Varun T. And in the green is Yusuf Zaki. So he's already got a score on the board, just a 1.5. But the last few heats seems like there's been a couple of waves coming through. And hopefully for the rest of the day, it starts getting better.
Hopefully the tide's getting lower. The waves getting better. So more great actions coming through on the way.
Absolutely. Nice surfing there for the surfer in blue. A third turn as Manikandan kicks out of that one. So he is an Indian surfer, I believe, in this heat. So these are 30-minute heats. We're 27 minutes to go in this one. So it looks like Sanjay did take that last heat out. That last score of blue locked in nice and quickly. A 3.0 for that last wave of blue. that leaves red and white out there yet to open up their account. But the waves look really fun this morning. You've watched a few heats already die. How's it looking?
Well, looking good actually. It's getting bigger. The surf is getting bigger than yesterday, and yeah, if you get the right ones, you can put a couple of tons in, and you get decent scores.
Definitely, and hopefully, as you mentioned, throughout the day, with the lower tide coming through, it'll hopefully get better. A couple of lines linking, but there's definitely some sections out there that you're able to connect with just under 26 and a half on the clock with this one. So hopefully shortly we'll be chatting with Binzi, with the last heat winner, but he's just getting the excitement down there. All of the local surfers would be really, really excited for Sanjay, first ever Indian competitor, making it through a round in the WSL. This is, of course, the first ever event in India at Mahabalipuram.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him on the interview.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to seeing what he says about,
Yeah.
you know, the area and his experience here, especially in a heat. Not many Indian surfers have had that much event experience. So it's going to be really exciting for them to kind of experience this here. All of the locals, there is actually quite a few Indian surfers in the event. So to have that experience and then hopefully get knowledge from other competitors or people around the event is going to be it's going to be a big thing for them.
Yes, we were talking to the local surfers this morning, and he was saying this will be the best opportunity for the surfers, the local surfers, to see the world best surfers and competing against them. It'll be the experience for them actually. So yeah, hopefully to see Indian surfs ripping out there in the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be exciting to see. We do have round 2 on standby, and looks like up and riding, the surfer in white on his first wave. He'll just kick out of that one. 2 quick taps there for Nitish Varunti. So he'll lock in his first wave, or his first score there. We do have 30-minute heats, so plenty of time to get some opportunities. That first score locked in for white at a 2. And it looks like we've got someone up and riding there. That is a surfer in green, Yusuf. Wow, really nice surfing there from the surfer from, I believe that's the Maldives.
Yeah, that was great 2 turns in a short amount of time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, looks like Binzi has managed to wrangle Sanjay for his first ever post-heat interview. Take it away, Binzi. Oh, it looks like it looks like we can't quite hear Binzi yet, so we'll reconnect with him hopefully in a moment. That last wave for Yusuf, though, locked in at a 5, so really solid score. Best wave of the heat so far in this one. So Yusuf being rewarded for those 2 turns there, Di. What do you think of that one?
As a surfer, getting 5 points for the first ride will be relief for the heat. So he just needs to sit down and wait for another one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, looks like Binzi is ready. He's with Sanjay, the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Binzi.
All right, take 2, Sanjay. Congratulations on the heat win.
Thank you so much.
Not 100% certain, but we think he might have just become the first Indian to ever win a WSL heat. How excited are you to have the event here in your hometown?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I am very happy to made my heat. So this was my second time competing in QS 3000. So I'm very happy. I want to thank my friends, my sponsors for make me here to compete the competition.
Now, you come from Kovalam, which is just up the road, but do you come down and surf here at Mahab quite a lot?
Yeah, sometimes when the waves are really good, we travel like just 20 kilometers from Kovalam to Magab. So sometimes we come here to surf. Magab's people come to Kovalam to surf. So we are close friends. Good.
As someone who knows this wave as well as anyone, what are we looking at today? Is it kind of 3 out of 10? Like, it can get a lot better, right?
This is 10 out of 1, the waves condition. Because in Magabs, like actually perfect lineup for the surfers. Good waves. You can do like a minimum like 4 turns, 5 turns, like that. You can get the barrel inside the rock. So this is a pretty much good point to surf.
How good. Tell us about the rock, because it's not often there's an obstacle in the middle of the lineup. Do the waves break inside it, close to the beach, or do you go around the other side?
Actually, the local surfers are jumping on the rock. Other surfers like close walk to the rock and then they're going inside. So because of sometimes the current was heavy, so the lineup was very tough to find sit inside. So
Tell us about your own surfing journey. How long have you been surfing for?
I started my surfing when I was 14. So still I surfing like 9 years.
And how excited are you that the WSL is here in Mahabalipuram this week?
Yeah, I'm very happy to Mahabalipuram and then India. This is our first event in India, so it's like feel difference inside.
Does it excite you to maybe go and surf in the Maldives and Sri Lanka and further afield, chasing events like this?
Yeah, I went like last Jan. I went to Red Bull competition in Sri Lanka, and then I went last month in Maldives for Asian Surfing Federation competition. So all goes well. Team India make that place in Asian Surfing competition.
Well, congratulations, mate. You are the first ever Indian to win a WSL heat. That's something that no one can ever take away from you. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Congratulations, and back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Binzi. What an amazing man there for Sanjay. He's seemed pretty excited to take that heat win in the event.
That was an amazing interview. There's a lot of information about this area and surfing, and actually for him, this is not the best surf. It can be better.
Yeah, which is pretty exciting as well. I mean, we've seen some good heats put together this morning, and we've got a 5 in this heat, which was from Yusuf from that 2-turner. So, I'm excited to see what the rest of the event holds. I know that the waves are hopefully going to be getting better throughout the event window as well. So, hopefully we'll see some waves that are connecting a little bit more, and especially with that lower tide, we'll definitely see that hopefully throughout potentially the first round of the women.
Yes, so true. So you were on the beach just before. How was it? How was it like on the beach?
It was quite hot, down on the beach, but the vibe was incredible. There were so many people there that were really enjoying, the surfers and the action that we have, and I guess the local community is really excited to be here, to have this here, and it is Independence Day as well in India, which is pretty incredible. So they're probably all coming down to the beach to watch the surfing and watch this, spectacle of an event.
Yes. We are talking to the guy, local guy this morning, and the surfing industry in India hasn't been big, and it was about 5 years ago it's starting to grow.
Yeah.
But all the surfers here doesn't look like it's happening in short of time.
Yeah.
It's actually quite big right now, and I was kind of surprised by that.
I know, I agree. I was pretty impressed with the level of Indian surfers that there are here. We saw a few days ago they had their national event on, and they had some pretty incredible prizes for the winners. Someone won a surfboard, someone else won a motorbike, so it was pretty incredible to see that happen, and to see the incentives for surfers, and I think it was exciting because I feel like the bar will just keep rising among the Indian surfing community.
Yes, so true. So how was surf in India yesterday? You surfed here?
I did surf. You surfed too.
Yeah, I surfed yesterday.
Yeah.
By myself, but actually I had fun by myself.
I actually saw you get a couple. I was like, oh my gosh, he's killing it out there. All right, here we go. Up and riding. This looks like the current heat leader, Yusuf Zaki. Another slash there for Yusuf as he's going to continue with this one. That board looks like it's just flying through those sections. So he looks like he's having fun out there. So Yusuf will get back out into the lineup. He is already in the lead with a 5 and a 1.5. Manik Kandan is in second with a 3 and a 1. And here we go. Nithish is up and riding. He'll just kick out of that one. He's sitting in third. He needs a 2:01 to get up into second place. And Idipili is in fourth, chasing that 1.76. So small requirements for the men out there so far. We do have just under 17 minutes to go in this one. So plenty of time, Di. And with these small scores requiring, what would you do if you're in a heat like this?
Probably getting scores first, try not to wait for the sets for a longer time, trying to get an inside like a runner one and trying to be gentle on the wave because the waves are kind of weak today. So be gentle and trying to linking turns a little bit smoother and try to finish the wave. That's the main point, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. This is Nithish up and riding. Nice carve there for Nithish in the white. And it looks like he just does a quick tap there and he's going to kick out of that one. So it looks like a better ride. I think that was a replay there for Nithish actually, but we'll see that score lock in. And it came through as a 2.4, so he went up into second position. So that's going to be feeling pretty good for Nithish. And looks like he heard you loud and clear there, Ty.
he just finished the ride. And the second, third, and fourth position, they're in the tight situation. They only need a smaller scores. Only the surfing green, he got 5.0 and 2.75, and he's sitting in the, I would say, safe position right now.
Yeah, I agree. He's got the highest score of the heat so far, so that's going to be feeling pretty good for Yusuf. Here we go. This is Manikandan up and riding. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on that one.
How was that rail turn? It was great rail turn.
It looks like he was on his way to a pretty good score there, and this looks like red. Idipili up and riding. Nice slash there, and he'll get out of that one. Doesn't look like the look of the rest of that wave. So just under 15 minutes to go. We have a few scores to lock in for Manikandan and Idipili. And Di, this is an Asian sanctioned event, and we do have some pretty important points on the line for the Japanese surfers coming up as well.
Yeah, that's pretty much why like a lot of Japanese surfers coming to this event from Japan, and because this is gonna be the very, very important for them to qualify to the Challenger Series. And hopefully I can talk through about the Japanese surfers and where they're from, or like how they think about India. That would be very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to learn from you about all of the Japanese surfers that we have coming up, in the pointier ends of the draw, and their thoughts about the event, about the area, and I'm looking forward to be able to hear their point of view as well, because they've obviously come from Japan here, and this wave is very different, I'd say, to anything maybe in Japan.
A reminder to the surfers
I've
who are
been looking
backing
the
off, please
SNS
stand
last few days, and Japanese surf. Oh, here comes Green with a good-looking waves, but he couldn't make out of the wave. Yeah, I was looking through the SNS, and this Japanese surfers having fun, even it's really really hot and humid, but they are having fun in India.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw Sai yesterday and Sarah, and they had some jellyfish stings actually, and they looked pretty bad. But
wow.
I think it only lasted a couple of hours. But I saw them. But they said that they're having the best time. Looks like we've got a replay here for the last of Yusuf. Really nice first turn there for Yusuf, and it was just unfortunate hitting that second section a little bit late. But still getting rewarded for that first turn of 3.25. That's his second best wave, and actually the second best wave of the heat as well, Di.
I really love his first turn, pushing the tail to throw the big sprays, and he got rewarded for that too. And if he could have made up the last turn, it would have been probably better the best score.
Yeah, I agree. It would have been better than that 5-point ride that he's already got in his lineup. Here we go. Manikandan up and riding. This is live action. And he's flying down the line on this one. Unfortunately, just a little bit caught behind there. So he'll kick out of that one. And we do have the priority system in place here. First priority is with white, so that means that he has the first choice of any wave that comes through. Second priority is with red, priority 3 is with green, and seeing as this is one of the first WSL event
In India.
in India, I'm wondering if they've had that priority rotation in events before, so hopefully we can speak to one of the surfers throughout the days. And here we go, this is Nithish up and riding. Nice first turn there for Nithish. Floats it for a second one. He's gaining some speed, but that wave just shuts down on him. Nonetheless, he needs a 2.06, so we'll see what the judges think of that one, Di.
Well, looks like he will get the what he needs for the, because the first time was really on point and vertical and throw the sprays and fins out. So yeah, I would say he'll get the score.
Yeah. Well, you're on point there, Di. He gets a 2.8, moves into second position. So Manikandan down into third, looking for a 2.2, and Idipili is chasing a 2.95 to go up into second. There's just under 11 minutes to go in this one, so still plenty of time. This is the first round of the men for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open, Heat 3, and then we'll see the last heat of the round of 56, and then we'll move into the first round of the women, which has 2 heats as well, so we'll see some impressive Indian surfers coming up in those as well.
Wow, it's still first round. I'm so excited to see the actions coming through the on live. The waves are looking great. If you get the right ones, and it just gives you the opportunity to put a couple of tons in and get decent scores.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Yeah, I agree. The men have made it look really fun out there, and there's definitely some sections that you're able to open up on as well, which is exciting. So looking forward to seeing what the last 10 minutes of this heat has in store. Of course, Yusuf Zaki from the Maldives, I think, is in the lead with a 5 and a 3.25. Nithish in second with a 2.8 and a 2.4. He needs that 5.45 to go to first. Manikandan in third has a 3 and a 1.45, chasing that 2.2 to move into second. And Idipili holds first priority. He has a 2.25 and a 1.05. He needs a 2.95. So he's sitting in a really good position, Idipili, right now in the red. He has first priority. He only needs a small score to move up into first place. So he just needs to hold that composure there, Di, and hope for a wave to come through.
Yes, just under 10 minutes, but still plenty of times. And surfing red, he needs only 2.95. Once he gets to the next set, then wow, I'm looking forward to see the actions from the red and blue on the next set.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like that last score locked in for Nithish, a 3.4. So that makes the requirements a little bit harder for Manikandan and Idipili. We just saw Idipili kick out of that one. Looked like a little bit of bigger whitewash there for the surfer in red. So hopefully a bit of a bigger wave with more of a section there. He needs that 3.95, so he waited, used his first priority. We have some scores locking on through. We'll see if that...
We missed the first section, did we?
Yeah, I think we missed that first section, so we've got a couple of numbers coming through. It will be close.
It will be close.
Yeah, unfortunately not enough though. 2.85, so Idipili looking for a 3.36 now. And here he is. That was, that turn there, so...
Oh, we didn't miss anything from the beginning. But that puts him into the third position right now. And now he needs 3.36. So he kind of needs to get the same kind of waves, but more variation, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. A bit more variation. You know, if he wants to get that 3.36, maybe he needs to do a little bit of a carve before and then hit that section. And here we go. This is Manikandan. Replay there.
Nice throw in the fins, but he just couldn't make out of it.
So it looks like no change to that situation, and looks like there's some really fun wider ones actually coming through. We can see the surfers aren't sitting up right at the top of the point there, a little bit wider.
Surfers was sitting on the right side of the area in the morning, but as the tides goes out, the surfers kind of like sitting in the left side of the area right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like as the tide's getting a bit lower, the surfers are moving further down, as you said, and there is a rock just to the left of screen. We haven't been able to see it there, but there's like a rock right in the middle of the break. So that becomes more exposed as the tide gets lower. So we'll see, hopefully a couple of people surfing behind the rock,
Yeah,
getting a couple turns.
Actually, we saw some good right next to the rock yesterday, like at lunchtime. So
You were out there then.
yeah, I was out there and by myself. So hopefully we can see the action coming through the next couple of hours.
Yeah. Dies peak.
Dice Big is coming on the way.
He's out there. Well, just on 6 minutes to go in this one. No change to that situation. Yusuf in the lead, and here we go, up and riding. Looks like the current heat leader had a nice section there, but he's eyeing off this one.
Wow.
Puts it up. Wow, big section there, big turn. Unfortunately, unable to fully ride out, but we'll leave that with the judges.
How was that last turn?
Yeah, that was insane. I love the way that he was like, I can see that section there, and just kind of dodged that first section and wanted to go big on the last one. So he's got the two pretty much best waves of the heat, so that's something that he had to do.
Yeah, 5.0 and 3.25. That's a nice looking combination from the green, and just over 5 minutes remaining.
Wow, so all four surfers have really been putting on a show for this heat. It's been pretty impressive to watch, especially Yusuf. He's looking really connected with his board and seems like he's pretty aware of what he wants to do on the waves as well. So they look like they're having fun out there, but Itapili and Manikandan, they need a three. Itapili needs a 3.36, and Manikandan is chasing that 3.21. Itapili has first priority. Manikandan is sitting with second priority, so they're in a good position to get the first and second best waves of the heat in the next 4.5 minutes and really try and capitalise to get those scores and move through to the next round, which is actually on standby after the women's first round as well.
So how would you manage if you were in this third and fourth position in like just over the 4 minutes remaining, and you just need a little small score like 3.21? How would you manage that?
I feel like they're the most stressful moments.
Exactly.
When you have priority and you need a small score and you know that a wave is going to come, but it's like if you can just do 2 turns and just ride out, more often than not, you are going to get that 3.21, but you've got to really control the self-talk in your head and kind of go, okay, I've got this. It's okay. A wave's going to come. I can do 2 turns. I can get a 3.21 easy. It's really about backing yourself, and I feel like that's what the men have been doing this whole heat, so I have no doubt that they'll do that towards the rest of this heat as well, Dai.
Yes, that's so true. It would have been the most stressful time right now for surfing red and blue. And here comes the blues.
Yeah, wow, nice first turn there. And again for a second one for Manikandan, and he brings it around for a third. So he is chasing a 3.21, puts it up there for a finish. Oh. And wow, so that will be really close, Di. What do you think?
Oh, that was really, really close. That the carves that he did was really gentle and good on the wave and linking turns. And I was just wondering if the last time was completed or not.
Yeah.
Just leave it to the judges, but it was great ride from Surfing Blue.
Yeah, well, looks like that last score locked in at 2.75. So not quite enough there for Manikandan. He was chasing a 3.21. So I feel like the judges, as you mentioned, they were really harsh on that completion on that last turn. They've gone not completed. So hence the 2.75 score. What do you think?
Yeah, like if he would have completed the last turn, he might have get the score 3.21, but how do you describe the complete ride?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think my understanding is if your surfboard is out in front of the whitewash and you're kind of like in front of it as well, that's what they'll deem as completed. Whereas if you're stuck in the whitewash and kind of fumbling a little bit like Manikandan was, then I think that's when the judges will deem that not complete.
Yes.
What do you agree?
Well, I agree totally, 100%.
Perfect. Well, 1 minute and 25 seconds to go in this heat. Yusuf Zaki is in the lead with a 5 and a 3.25. Nithish Varunti in second with that 3.4 and a 2.8. He needs a 4.86 to go to first. Manikandan, we just saw him drop a 2.75. He also has a 3. He needs that 3.21 to go to second, and then Idipili Hansika is in fourth. He has a 2.85 and a 2.25. He needs a 3.36 to go to first, and there's 50 seconds to go, and priority is with the surfer in white. So he's sitting in second.
Well, the ocean gives them the opportunity or not. Doesn't look like sets coming through from the view on the TV, but hopefully some waves coming through in 30 seconds.
Yeah, wow. Well, we're coming down to the last 20 seconds in this heat. And looks like Yusuf Zaki will potentially take this heat out. So 10 seconds to go in this one. Doesn't look like there's much on offer. Nithish has the first priority. Can he catch a wave in time? Looks like he was up before the hooter, but not much on offer there for Nithish. So congratulations to Yusuf Zaki taking that heat out, and Nithish moving on through to the next round with him. Commiserations to Manikandan and Idipili. What a great campaign, though, throughout that heat. Thank you for the chat, Di.
Thank you so
and
much.
it looks like we're going to go to a quick ad break, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
Somewhere you promised me a love like a fire, no freeze, no denial, just something to gladden me. I feel electricity, your lighting is guiding me. I feel that I like it, no place we can hide it, so hard not to find it. Ooh, no, no, no.
ஒவ்வொரு பிசினஸோட அளவும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதிரி இருக்கும். சின்னது, பெருசு, இப்படி. அப்போ கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட் மட்டும் ஏன் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கணும்? அதனால தான் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க்ல புதுசா அறிமுகப்படுத்திருக்காங்க 5 டைப்ஸ் ஆஃப் கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். ஸ்டார்ட் அப், ரெகுலர், சில்வர், கோல்ட், பிளாட்டினம். உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு தகுந்த மாதிரியான கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை நீங்க தேர்ந்தெடுக்கலாம். ஒவ்வொரு கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டுக்கும் தனித்தனியா நிறைய வசதிகள் இருக்கு. இதுதான் உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கு துணை நிற்கும் சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்கின் 5 கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ். அதனால இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க உங்க பிசினஸ்க்கான உங்க கரண்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்டை.
சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க், ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான பேங்க்.
In blue from India. I'm Manikandan in white also from India. And
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. This is Heat 4, up and riding straight away. This is Manikandan I. So a nice first ride to start off there for Manikandan, getting a score nice and early, 28.5 minutes to go in this one. He is also taking on Sandalu Mihiran, Sai Jaykamu S, and Sayed Saluhuddin as well. So scores to come through for first of Sandalu and Manikandan. So some pretty impressive surfing in that last heat. We saw Yusuf Zaki take that heat out. So we have a few scores to lock in. JJ, welcome to the booth, Jessie Starling.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. We've got a bit of a multicultural heat on our hands. Sandalu is the standalone Sri Lankan out here. He surfs a lot between Arugam and Hikkaduwa. Actually, he's friends with a friend of mine from Sri Lanka. His name is Praneeth. So, Praneeth, if you're watching, hello. How are you? And this is our surfer in blue, taking off on his first ride. Just a quick one for him. And then, yeah, we've got Sajid Kumar. He's from here. This is his home break. And he just competed in the Covalon Classic. And in the whole series, his worst result was a 5th. So he was doing pretty well. Yeah. And then in the white, we have Manikandan. He's also from here as well. And then Saeed, he's from the Maldives. And I believe his friend Hoobs and my friend Hoobs is watching. So hi, Hoobs.
You got friends all over the place.
Yeah. But yeah, Saeed's still a junior. So he's currently 4th in the Maldivian rankings. But
Wow.
And this is the man himself from the Maldives.
Yeah, really nice 2 turns there for Saeed. He got a really nice vertical first turn to start and wrapped it around for a second one. So he'll lock in his first score, and it's impressive. You said he was a junior?
Yeah, so last year, I believe he placed 3rd in the under-16s, and then this year he's moved up to the under-18s.
Wow.
From my knowledge. So yeah, he's still a junior. He's currently 4th on the junior rankings, and this is a replay from our drone shot. So really nice first turn from him, showing off his rail carve, and then goes to finish it off. But unfortunately just comes unstuck from that one. So yeah, pretty multicultural heat. But I'm sure all these boys have probably surfed together and against each other before. A lot of the Indian, Sri Lankan and the Maldivians compete against each other in the Asian series. So yeah, this is our first WSL event here in India. And we're all pretty excited to be here. So first wave for Saeed was a 3-point ride for those 2 turns. So he'd be looking to get another one where he'll finish off that ride. In second is Sandalu. He has a 2.5 and a 3 for those watching. Even though they have the same score, Green is in the lead because his wave is higher than the combination of the 2.5 and the 0.5 that Red has. In the white, Manikandan, his first wave, just a 2.15. And the blue, Sajid Kumar, he's just got a 1-point ride. And this is him up and riding again.
Yeah, Sajid Kumar, just a little tap there and he'll kick out of that one. So Surfer in blue just getting a couple of small scores to start, 25 minutes. And I was talking with Di before Jesse, and he was saying that as the tide gets a little bit lower, we will see a couple of waves breaking a little bit to the left of that rock. That's where he was actually surfing yesterday, and he was having heaps of fun. And nice couple of turns there for Zayat Kumar, so we must have missed those first 2 turns for the surfer in blue. That locked in at a 3.35, Jesse.
Yes, Sajid Kumar going straight to the lead with that one. It was a pretty nice backhand surfing. You could tell that, this is his home break, so he surfs this wave a lot. But yeah, I agree. I definitely think the waves get better on the lower tide. And we're out there shortly, actually. So hopefully it's pretty fun for our heat too.
Yeah, it looks fun out there now. And the first round of the men has definitely made it look surfable. Here we go. We've got Surfer in white, I believe, up and riding. Manikandan, the local surfer here at Mahabalipuram. So you can see that break wall that was actually man-made, a man-made break wall to protect the shore temple, which is a little bit further to the right. There's 7 temples, and 6 of them are actually submerged underwater. So the community or the local government made that break wall to protect the temple from being submerged. In the tsunami that hit in 2004 here had no effect on the temple. It's still standing. It's not underwater. So that break wall was really great for the temple, and obviously good for the waves as well, because there's some really fun waves out there today.
Yeah, and you can actually still go and scuba dive and see, I believe, the 6th temple. All the rest are quite deep still. And someone was trying to explain to me that on extremely low tides, you can see the tip of the 6th temple. Just.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So with 23 minutes to go, bit of a situation. We have Sajid Kumar is in the lead with a 3.35 and a 1. Manikandan in second with a 2.15 and a 1.2. Here he is up and riding right on cue. Going left, I've not seen anyone do that this morning just yet. So maybe we'll see that throughout the day.
We saw actually one of the other Sri Lankan surfers He won the first heat, I believe. I saw him go left in
Did
his
you?
heat, and I was like, oh, there you go.
Interesting.
And being the Sri Lankans come from the land of the rights, really. Like, I was lucky enough to spend a bit of time there recently, and we just surfed right-hand point breaks the whole time. And as I touched on Praneeth, who I'm sure is watching his fellow Sri Lankan, he was showing us around all these amazing waves, and this one especially reminds me of one called Peanut Farm. So I think with the right swell direction, we could see some pretty exciting conditions over the next few days. They are thinking about going into the men's second round, but we haven't had a confirmation yet. We'll know by the end of this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 22 minutes to go in this one. Manikandan locks in a 1.5, so bettering his position. He remains in second. He needs a 2.21 to go to first, but Sayed opened up with a 3, looking for a 0.65 to go to second, and Sandaloo chasing a 1.15. He has first priority, so the pick of the lineup, which is definitely an advantage there for the surfer in red. But 21.5 minutes to go. There's plenty of time remaining. So hopefully we'll be able to speak to Yusuf Zaki, who had a pretty incredible last heat. He took that out, so we saw him drop a 5 and then a 3.25. But Jesse, I don't know if you watched his surfing, but he was, looking really on point and really sharp on the waves out here. And here we go, Sandaloo up and riding on his backhand. Nice first turn there for the surfer in red as he wraps it around again for another one. Just getting hung up there on that second turn, so that was unfortunate there for Sandaloo, but nonetheless still a pretty nice first turn there for the Sri Lankan surfer.
Yeah, I feel like the Sri Lankans almost feel right at home here. You know, as I touched on, Sri Lanka is full of really fun right-hand point breaks, and we keep getting told by everyone, you know, this is about a 2 out of 10 day here for Mahabalipuram. So here's a replay from our drone shot. This is our Sri Lankan surfer. 2 really nice first turns. Unfortunately, just getting hung up. But he will be looking to get straight back out there. But yeah, as I touched on, I really feel like the Sri Lankans are at home here. You know, right-hand point breaks, warm water, similar climate. I feel like there's definitely similarities, yeah. And that's our surfer in green, Syed, our Maldivian surfer. So he has a 3-point ride, which is one of the best waves of the heat. It's a really close affair at the moment. So red, Sandaloo, our Sri Lankan, 2.5s, putting him in first position. Blue, Sajakumar, he has a 3.35 and a 1. So he's only looking for a 1.65 to move up into the lead. And white, Manikandan, he has, there we go, a little situation change. So green, Syed, his last wave was a 2.25, and because he had that 3, it puts him straight up into the lead. Sandaloo, he's moved to second with 2.5s. He's looking for a 2.67. And then blue and white, both only looking for small scores. So it's still a very close heat between all 4 surfers. No one really running away with this one yet, but there's perks of 30-minute heats, I guess. There's still 19 minutes remaining, only 11 minutes past, so we still get plenty of time to be able to see all of our surfers show off what they've got in their bag of tricks. So, yeah, it's been a pretty fun and exciting heat. This is the Mahabalipuram Pro, and it's our first time here, and we've honestly been enjoying India so much, whether it's the food, the waves, the people. This place is pretty cool. Nope, not really like anywhere we've ever been before. This is our surfer in red, Sandaloo, the Sri Lankan, looking for a 2.76. Unfortunately, not finishing off that second turn again, so he'll be looking to finish those ones off to progress through this heat. Again, shout out to my friend Praneeth. If you ever find yourself in Aragon Bay, he does own the best surf shop in Aragon, Dylan's. So if you need anything, Dylan's has you sorted. So just over 18 minutes, and there is the beautiful event site that we're looking at today.
Well, some pretty nice waves there in those last couple minutes, Jesse. Looks like green had a look at that one, but just opts out. So Syed is sitting in second, looking for a 4.35 for first. First is held by Saija Kamoor with a 4 and a 3.35. Going left, one nice big turn there for Saija Kamoor. Wow, solid surfing there from the surfer in blue, the local surfer here at Mahabalipuram. So we'll see what that score locks in as. Really committed surfing. Jessie, talk me through it.
Yeah, so right-hand point opts to go left and just bang, releases the tail. One manoeuvre, but one committed manoeuvre. So I'm interested to see where that one goes. We are waiting for that score to lock in still. His last wave prior was a 4-point ride, so he did lock in the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, there we go. Last wave locked in at a 4.5 for Saija Kamoor. So best wave of the heat so far. He has a 4.5 and a 4, increasing his lead there, Jessie.
Yeah, he's locked in two pretty good scores to put him out in the lead. So green now looking for a 5.5. So that's all it is. You know, consistency in heats is what gets you through. And this is our surfer from the Maldives looking for a 5.5 to put him back up into the lead. Great style. Unfortunately, coming off the back of that one. But the perk is it's not that far to paddle back out.
Yeah, exactly. There's not too far to go. The waves are super fun out there. The water's warm, so you're definitely not complaining at all. So just over 16 minutes to go, waiting on that last score to lock in for Syed, a 1.25. That doesn't go into the top two.
Both Saija Kamoor and Manikandan both competed in the Kovalong Classic recently, and they both did pretty well in the entire series.
They did well. Looks like we have Dai down there with Yusuf Zaki, the last heat winner. Down to you, Dai.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Yusuf Zaki. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So you had 5.0 in the first heat of the the first section of the heat, but kind of having a hard time to get the second best score in the last heat. But how was it out there?
It was good. The waves were a bit challenging to find a good backup, but there's like some good ones coming.
Yeah. How are the waves compared to your country? How is it different or is it better? How is it?
It's a lot different because the waves we get back in Maldives is a lot bigger, and here it's like really small. So.
Well, the surf's gonna be the wave focus saying the waves gonna be bigger through tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So it'll be good for you. So any message to your family, your friends, and sponsors in your country?
Yeah, thank you to all my sponsors and all my family and my friends back home for the support, and big thanks to my sponsors.
Thank you so much, and back to you guys.
That was Dai and winner of the last heat, Yusuf Zaki from the Maldives. So he looked pretty young, and it was really nice to see him make the heat. As we see white, Manikandan liking the feel of that last wave. A little claim at the end of it. I love to see it. 3 solid turns for our surfer in white.
Wow, he is getting rewarded for that one as well. That score locks in at a 5.5 for Manikandan. So that takes him into second. So that really changes up the dynamic of this heat with just over 13 and a half to go. Syed goes down into third. He needs a 4.66 and Sandaloo chasing a 5.16 to go to second. So real shake up there from Mandikana.
I know. Mandikana came out of nowhere and just locked in a 5.5. So he's really, put a bit of a spanner in the works, but I really loved those 3 committed turns, and he was rewarded. You know, the judges love to see tight in the pocket surfing, and I guess, he knows what to do to get the scores. And now that he's got one 5.5, hopefully he can move in to another wave and get another one. And just find a little bit of flow out there. I do believe conditions are getting better. And as the tide goes out, we should definitely see some more steeper faces. And we might even see that rock to the left of the break come into play think in the last heat, someone did like 4 turns past the rock. I was watching, I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely been some longer rides I've seen during the last 2 heats, and Manikandan at 5.5 from those 3 committed turns, as you touched on, Jesse. The judges just clearly showing what they're after. They're looking for committed surfing in the pocket. Here we go. This is Sayed up and riding on the answer back. He needs a 4.66. Nice first turn to start. Unfortunately, he just gets a little bit hung up there for Sayed. But that's okay. He still has 12 minutes to go, so plenty of time remaining for him to regroup and look for a 4.66.
Yeah, that's just the perk of these 30-minute heats. It gives all of our competitors plenty of time to showcase what they do, what they work so hard for. And it's exciting for us as commentators and the spectators as well to be able to watch Indian, Sri Lankan and Maldivian surfing. For anyone tuning in back home in Australia, it's exciting for us to be able to see the level that's coming out of all these regions. You know, we do have a pretty strong Japanese contingency that we'll see coming up in the later rounds, but for us, we get to compete against them a fair bit in the Indonesian events or whether they come to Australia. So this has all been pretty new and exciting, but I think that's the best way to experience things is for the first time.
Yes, I agree. It's, you know, and I was actually saying with Di before, with this being the first WSL event in India, not too many surfers from this local area would have competed against people at this level, you know. So the experience that they will get from this event, whether they make the heat or not, is going to be second to none. And I think as well, it's going to be pretty impressive to have the knowledge and the learning if they can really tap into that with other people. So yeah, it's going to be pretty impressive to see the Indian surfers, their level rise throughout this event, and hopefully come back next year and hopefully see more surfers as well.
Yeah, well, we were talking to Mumu, who owns the local surf school here and up the coast a little bit as well, and he was saying just a few years ago, you know, it was just him surfing out there.
Yeah.
And then now he's like, it's really refreshing and nice to see so many Indians and young Indians just come through and give surfing a crack. You know, it is a relatively new sport to India, but I've been pretty impressed with the level of surfing from all of them. And yeah, I'm excited to compete against the girls and honestly just make friends with them as well. It's been such a beautiful country. I think the most important part is that all the people are so welcoming, and it's definitely a place that surfing should come back to.
Yeah, I agree. The waves here are pretty incredible. You can surf, you know, right up in the corner or a little bit wider where they're surfing now, or you can even surf down on the beach. You know, there's plenty of opportunities. And maybe before when we were talking to him, he was saying how it was, you know, just him or maybe another person out, and he goes, now it's crowded. And we were watching it, and there was maybe 10 people out.
Yeah, he's like, it's crowded.
So I was thinking, okay, maybe don't come to Australia.
You should never surf snapper rocks.
Yeah, it's going to be very different. But, you know, I think it's pretty incredible that that is crowd for them, because it means that there's more surfers surfing here. There's more people, you know, enjoying the sport and enjoying being in the ocean, which is, I guess, what sport's all about.
And to be quite frank, we were at the Cove Long Classic on the weekend, and the prizes that they were winning at the Cove Long Classic would make me want to compete in India more. So they have basically this 4-event competition series, and all along the Indian coast, and basically it's a consistency thing. So whoever wins the most, or, you know, just gets semis or quarters, pretty much like the Challenger Series, where you have to, your best results count, and at the end the winner like wins a pretty cool prize. So the winners of the Cove Long Classic won a motorbike, and I think that's a pretty cool prize. If I knew that there was a motorbike on the horizons, I'd definitely come back and try and compete for that, but I don't think I can. You do have to be local. But we have 2 local surfers in this heat, Sajid Kumar and Manikandan. Sajid Kumar and Manikandan are both in first and second, so really showing their local knowledge. There's only 8 minutes remaining, so Sajid Kumar is out there with a 4.5 and a 4. White Manikandan with a 5.5 and a 2.5. He's only looking for a 3, so he's already got a 5.5, so he knows what he has to do. He knows what kind of wave he's looking for. green, Syed, our Maldivian surfer, he's looking for a 4.66. And red, Sandalu, our Sri Lankan surfer, needing a 5.16. And that is our Maldivian surfer there, Syed. We didn't get to see the start of that wave, but he is in by the rock, so we assume that he got something done out the back. This is Blue using up his first priority on this one, looking to extend his lead by bettering a 4-point ride. 2 very solid turns, getting a bit of release on that second one. Really nice surfing. He likes the feel of it. I think that wave will definitely go up into his top 2. So that does leave white Manikandan out there with priority and red Sandalu out there with second. So I think the situation might change up again. Here's a replay of our surfer in blue. Nice first turn, getting some release. This is the money turn. Just pushing hard off that back foot to really drive round through that second turn and landing with a bit of confidence and spark coming out of that one. And this is red Sandalu just tagging away on his backhand. So 6.5 minutes, True. What do you think of that last one of blue?
Wow, well, the indication of the scores look pretty solid. Looks like the best wave of the day so far, a 6.0 for Sai Jakamu. So pretty impressive stuff from the surfer in blue. He's extended his lead, and I tell you what, he looks like he's having heaps of fun out there, Jessie.
I mean, I would too with waves like that. Those waves looked super fun, and hopefully we can see more surfing like that in the last 6 minutes of this heat. That was Manikandan just finishing off that one. So there's no priority established. We are seeing a bit of, a quick paddle back out to see who can get first priority. But it's really interesting seeing the 2 local surfers. This is both of their home breaks in first and second. Syed and Sandalu looking for a pair of 4s.
And there we go. We can see the priority board as well. The priority judges establishing first, second, and third priority, first being with blue, which means that the current heat leader has the choice of any wave that he wants. Red, nice quick backhand snap there. Unfortunately, unable to ride out. But that's okay. He still has just on 5 minutes for Sandalu to get that 4.71. He just needs to be patient with the waves and be patient on the wave as well, Jessie. I feel like people maybe are sometimes trying to rush out there, whereas if you kind of just slow it down and are really aware of what's going on, then that's when you can get scores like Saija Kamu just got of a 6-point ride.
Yeah, that's been one of the best waves we've seen to lock in today, and a lot of the higher scores we've seen lock in today haven't had a backup, but Saija Kamu has a 4.5, and this is Manikandan, the other local surfer.
Wow.
Laying back into that one. Can he ride out? We'll leave that one with the judges, but he was looking for a 5.01.
Well, the local knowledge seems to be shining through so far in these heats. The locals really seem to be able to find the best waves, connect with them better than what we've seen the other surfers do. I mean, they're surfing incredibly, but they just seem to have that little bit of an edge. They have Saija Kamu, the local surfer, has a 6, and then Manikandan, another local surfer, has a 5.5. So they have the 2 best waves of the heat, and they're in those advancing positions. And putting that pressure on Syed and Sandalu, with Syed chasing a 4.66 and Sandalu looking for a 4.71.
Yeah, so blue and white actually have the 3 highest scores of the heat. So they're holding down a pretty solid lead, and if Manikandan can back it up, they could potentially be holding the 4 highest scores. So, yeah, I might be talking to them to see where to be sitting out there.
I think as well, pretty, they just seem to be really, they just seem to be opening up on those waves and finding the best waves, and it's exciting to see that. So 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm going to go grab a Rashi, I think.
Yeah, we're going to say farewell to True. True's about to go surf a heat, so we'll see her again pretty soon, but just on the other side of the screen.
Yeah, always lovely to chat, Jessie.
Yeah, see you next time. So you guys get to chat with me for the next 3 minutes. But yeah, so that was our heat leader, Saija Kumar. He is locking in another wave. That one doesn't go into his top 2. So with just over 2.5 minutes to go, the pair of Indians have really put on a clinic. Not to say that the Maldivian and the Sri Lankan are not very talented surfers. They are just lacking the wave selection right now. Both looking for a pair of 4s. So it's not a lot on the cards for those two. It's definitely doable. He is White, Manikandan, looking to improve that 2.15. I have a feeling he might just do that, but we will have to wait and see. He liked the feeling of it. So it's not a far paddle back out. Just over 2 minutes to go. This is a pretty special place, if you ask me. I've never surfed with a temple right next to me before, so if you can ever get yourself over here to Mahabalipuram, I really recommend it. It's a pretty special place, and we did a pretty cool tour yesterday, seeing all the different ancient buildings, and something I also really recommend doing. So this is a replay of our surfer in white laying back into that first section and then into a little lip line floater, and there it is. He does improve his situation, a 3.4. So now the Maldivian and the Sri Lankan looking for a pair of 5s. And that, I believe, is Sugar. She won the Indian series. She'll be coming up in heat number 2. The boys looking like they're having a fun little chat out there. We will get to chat to the winner of this heat. Whoever it may be, there's still a minute to go, and it's not over until that hooter sounds. So we are waiting to see if Saeed can get a 5.9 on Sandaloo, a 5.95. Saeed is the 4th place holder of the junior Maldivian rankings. He is a part of the Maldivian national surfing team, so he's done a fair bit of competing for his young age. This is our surfer in white, Manikandan, finishing off potentially his last wave with 30 seconds to go. That was the winner of our last heat from the Maldives as well. He had a 5 and a 3, I believe. We caught up with him with Dai just before. Not too long to go. Blue calling it a day for this heat. We are just over 10 seconds. Red, unfortunately, couldn't connect turns together. And this heat, we are going to run out of time. So it looks like blue will lead with white in second. So the 2 local guys taking this one out. But don't go anywhere. We are going to go to an ad break, but we'll be right back.
Okay, counting in the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
I could walk on water and not get wet. I could walk on water and not get wet. I could sail water to a well without breaking a sweat and not get wet. I could walk on water and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet. You won't follow my drip and not get wet.
The first place, national champion, Shekhar Bhatta is on surfer.
என்னாச்சுப்பா?
பர்ஸ மறந்துட்டு போயிட்டமா. வயசாயிடுச்சு இல்ல. எனக்கு எதுக்குமா வாட்ச்?
இது ரொம்ப ஸ்பெஷல்பா. சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க் டெபிட் கார்டு வாட்ச். இனிமே நீங்க கேஷ் எடுக்காம போய்ட்டா கவலைப்பட வேண்டாம். இந்த வாட்ச்ல இருந்தே ஈஸியா பேமெண்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். பேமெண்ட்ஸ் முடிஞ்சதும் COB ஆல் இன் ஒன் மொபைல் ஆப்ல இருந்து லாக் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அதனால இது ரொம்ப செக்யூர். அதோட இந்த வாட்ச்ல BP, ஆக்ஸிஜன் லெவல்ஸ் கூட செக் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
அப்படியே நான் உடனே கடை கிளம்பறேன்.
சிட்டி யூனியன் பேங்க், ராசியான பேங்க், ஈஸியான பேங்க்.
Hello and welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Crispins in the booth, and very fortunate to be joined by Sinatra Salvam. And Sinatra,
Thank
how
you
are
so
you?
much. I'm good. I'm very
That's us up
excited.
on the screen.
Thank you so much. Very excited to be part of this World Surfing League happening in Mahabalipuram, and what an honor to be hosting this.
Well, thank you for coming in and having a chat. You are the beach commentator here at the event alongside Steve Robertson.
Yes, I am, and I've been doing this for the surfing events that are happening in in Chennai and in Tamil Nadu for the last 9 years, I can say.
Incredible. And run us through a little bit of your history around these events.
Surfing did start in India, not very long ago, probably about 12 years ago. It started off in the West Coast, and then in Kovalam and Mahabalipuram also it started around a decade back. And we have seen quite a journey from when it has started, from people who just watched people surf and then taking on a board and trying to surf themselves, and today they are participating in the global level. It's an incredible journey.
Yeah, it sure is. Who were some of the original surfers, and was it say Aussies or Americans who left surfboards behind that then led to a bit of the culture developing, or?
Well, it did begin with, like I said, them watching surfers from across the globe who used to come here on vacation, and I guess they were interested. So I wouldn't say they really started with a surfboard. They started with wooden window panes that they could find, that they did a makeshift board. And yes, we did have some generous souls who left behind their boards for them to pick up the skill and begin their surfing journey.
And your own personal involvement, how did that come to be?
I did try surfing, but I didn't take to it. But I'm glad to say that my daughter is a surfer.
She's in the water right now, isn't she?
She is in the water right now, yes.
So we've got our own True Starling, who was commentating right here about 5 minutes ago and had to run out up against Kamali and Shristi, your daughter, sorry for the pronunciation. And tell us a little bit about the two Indian surfers in this heat.
Kamali is a very young surfer and a very, very promising surfer. She's been doing very well in the recent competitions. She's come a very long way. She is from Mahabalipuram, and like I said, a very bright star to look forward to. Shrishti has also been surfing for the last 7-8 years, and she began 8 years back at Kovalam, and was also doing very well.
So where we are here in Mahabalipuram, Kovalam a little bit to the south is another one of the hubs. Are these the main sort of regions for waves in the area?
In Tamil Nadu, if you ask me, these two are this is a point break, and so is the Kovalam. So these are the 2 points for surfing, and we did see a number of schools that have grown up because of the advantage that we have taken of the coastline available.
Right, and then where else in India are there a lot of waves? Down at Pondicherry, I believe there's a surf scene?
Yes, we do have a spot in Pondicherry. We do have the West Coast is also a very, very potential spot for the surfers. We have Sugar Banarase, who's the champion of this year, the Indian #1 women's surfer, who is from the West Coast. Well, I should say that the women, the number of women surfers are growing, which is very exciting.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to see Sugar in the next heat. Right now, we're going to cross down to Jessie Starling, I think, who is with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, I'm here with Sanjay Kumar, the winner of the last heat. You must feel pretty good, your local break, to get a win under your belt.
Yes, I'm so happy. It's my hometown is first happening the WSL QS. I'm so excited. I don't think I'm come first. I'm so happy at this moment.
And is this your first WSL event, ever competing in one?
This is my first event.
And how do you feel? Does it feel a bit different to other events you competed in?
Yeah, it's more different. I enjoy this. No, I don't tell anyone.
Is there anyone you want to say thank you to?
Yes, I'll thank to, it's my mom, it's my master. They have first introduced my surf in my life. I'll tell to thanks for Mukesh in the name.
Amazing. Well, thanks, Mumu, for teaching him how to surf. It was really great to watch him, and thank you. Back to you guys.
Cheers, Jessie. And Jessie is now going to go get ready. She's due up in the next heat in 23 minutes' time. We just saw her sister True open up proceedings with a 6.25 on her opening ride. Kamali has a 0.9 and a 3.25, and Trishti has a 1. And tell us a little bit more about Saija Kumara, who we just saw then.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, tell us about the winner of the last heat. Sanjay, sorry.
Sanjay is a surfer from Mahabs who again began with humble beginnings, and as he mentioned, he was mentored by his coach Mukesh. Most of the surfers here had their coaches as their seniors, who they have seen, I would say, the first generation of surfers here, who have been giving them a lot of inputs. But I should definitely mention the TT group and Arun Vasu, who's been the godfather of the surfing, who's been a pillar and a back-end support, bringing this sport and putting this sport on the global map. He is incidentally the president of the Surfing Federation of India and the Tamil Nadu Surfing Association.
Yeah, how good. Tell us a little bit about Mumu. He's the surf coach from around here that we keep hearing of.
Mumu, that's his, I would say, the nickname. Mukesh is the name, and he is one of the early surfers of Tamil Nadu, and he runs a school in Mahabalipuram and has been training quite a lot of youngsters from this particular locality.
And the surf schools around here, are they providing potential future surf stars with job opportunities as well? Do they work as surf coaches when they're not surfing?
Yes, they do. The surf schools have grown in number, and they are providing training because most of the surfing instructors right now are people who've been surfing over the years and have learned the skill from their peers. Yes, they are providing platforms for the youngsters to get into the competitive arena, as well as train them into becoming future coaches.
Oh, how good. And what's the sort of level of awareness like amongst the general public in India? Are they aware of surfing? Do they see it as a bit of a novelty? Now that it's in the Olympics, has that sort of raised the profile a little bit?
Absolutely. In fact, surfing was something that some years back that we only looked at, as a sport in the television or probably in some ads, and we go, wow, how is this? But when it is happening in your own ground, it is something that is very exciting, and the awareness definitely has tremendously grown, which we are seeing with the number of people registering in and coming in for classes.
Yeah, and a lot of the people who come to the surf schools, are they mainly Indians, or do you get backpackers from overseas who are travelling through India who want to try surfing?
Absolutely. We do have backpackers and a lot of Indians from across. It's amazing to see how people from as far as Delhi, who come down to the south to experience this particular sport.
And obviously Goa has been a fixture on the backpacker trail forever. That's probably a different scene, maybe not as hardcore surf as we're seeing here in Mahab.
Well, you do get a heterogeneous crowd here. You do get people, who come in with only surfing as their intention because the waves are pretty good at both the points. And you do have, backpackers who come here and realize that there is a surfing potential and they take to surfing. We do have a mixed crowd.
How good. And we're about 60 kilometres from Chennai. Chennai was formerly known as Madras.
Yes.
One of the biggest cities in India.
Absolutely.
Is that where you're from originally?
I am a very Madras girl, yes, born and raised in Madras. We now call the city Chennai. We do have a lovely coastline. In fact, we have one of the longest coastline, which is the Marina Beach. I'm sure you've heard about that. And the ECR, which is the East Coast Road, which goes all the way right up to the tip of India, which is the Kanyakumari, the southernmost point. So absolutely a matter of pride for us to be owners of such lovely coastline.
Oh, I'm sure. And I'm sure a lot of the Aussies and English maybe tuning in would be familiar with Chennai as the home of the Super Kings cricket team in the IPL. And flying in the other day, it was amazing to see the big stadium right on the beach. It was incredible.
Absolutely. So you've been asking me so many questions. Let me ask you, how is your feel and what's your take of being here, witnessing this lovely surfing scene?
Oh, I love it. My dad's parents, so my grandparents actually lived in India for a long time.
That's nice.
They were married in Chennai
Wow.
79 years ago. And so, yeah, India's always been a place I would love to have come to. My dad's always talked about it fondly. And I was trying to G him up for years to come here on maybe a father-son bonding cricket holiday. And then he just came with Mum a few years ago, which I felt like I'd been kicked out of the family, but they had a beautiful time. And to finally get here a few years later is really special, and especially to be in this part of the world, having heard so much about India when I was a little boy growing up from my dad's own experiences here as a little boy. So
That's lovely. You have a route down here.
yeah, and I've been to Sri Lanka before surfing, and I loved Sri Lanka and was hoping it would be similar here, and it's fantastic. Feels like very similar climate, and I haven't seen too much of the country beyond just the beach where we are at the moment, but everyone's happy and the food's fantastic, and everyone's very welcoming so far. It's been great.
Thank you. I should mention the support that we have got from the government when you asked me about the awareness. So if the government has come forward to give us so much of support to encourage this particular sport, I think that itself speaks of the awareness.
All right, this is True Starling looking to get a second score. Couple of strong turns to get things going. Not much of a sign-off with the closeout, but that will get rid of her 0.5. And she will extend her lead with 16.5 minutes to go. And just to the right of the screen, Sinatra, we can see the Shore Temple, one of the 7 pagodas, 6 of which are under the water. Tell us a bit more about the significance of that temple.
So the carvings that you see in the rocks around Mahabalipuram and particularly the Shore Temple dates back to the Chola dynasty, which goes to the BC. We are very proud that we have this historical heritage right here, and it has been well preserved because it is a tourist spot and has been a backdrop for many a big sporting events. Also, we recently had the chess tournament, the World Chess Tournament that happened. Historically, yes, like you rightly mentioned, there were 7 pagodas, and we managed to save 1. The tsunami also, let us have this particular monument, right there intact. The rest of them are under the water.
We went for a bit of a walking tour yesterday and saw the butterball.
Yes.
That is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell our viewers what I'm talking about.
It's very incredible because it's a huge ball. I mean, earlier, some years back, this particular spot used to be a spot for the picnic, in our schools. So every year we used to be, brought to this particular Mahabalipuram, for our picnic. And the butterball was always a fascination because it is a huge ball resting on a slope, and it keeps you, it's very intriguing to know how it is supported. And what is it that keeps the ball right there? Yeah,
it's a boulder that would be 30 metres across and egg-shaped, probably weighs...
It was a perfect ball earlier, but I guess the erosion has, reshaped
millions of kilograms, and it just sits there, looks incredibly precarious, but hasn't moved in hundreds of years.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And there's sights and sounds around every corner here in Mahabalipuram. Everywhere you look, there's a carving or some kind of temple. It's beautiful. It's fantastic.
So have you had the opportunity of going around the rest of the city?
Just Mahabalipuram, yeah. But we saw the 5 pratas yesterday. And we saw a lot of the carvings and the
Arjuna pennants.
Yeah, it's beautiful and just so old and historic. It's really, really. I mean, everything we look at is, in Australia, you grow up hearing of the history of the last 200 years since colonisation. Obviously, Australia's history is far longer and more superior than that. But you just have in your head this 200-year sort of mark, and then everything we're looking at around here is thousands of years old, so Absolutely. It's pretty spectacular. All right, well, we are over the halfway mark. True got a 5.25 for her last wave, so she's got an 11.5 two-wave total to be sitting pretty comfortably out in the lead. Kamali has a 3.25, is chasing an 8.25 for first, and Tristy has a 2 and a 1. She's looking for a 3.9 to get up to second with 13 minutes to go. And talk us through just kind of the process that went into landing a WSL event here in India. Like, it must have seemed like a dream when it was first put on the table, but to see that dream come through to reality a few years later, it must be fantastic.
Absolutely. In fact, we did have some of the boys. We have a team India where we had the boys representing the country at El Salvador, and we also had the Asian competitions that were recently held at Maldives. Just about a month or so back, Arun Vasu, the president, was having a chat with the dignitaries, in wanting to bring this particular event to Chennai. I'm sure he did give us his best and his effort, and was hoping that his dream would come true. And here we are today. The dream has been fulfilled, and it is true. And thanks to his support and the support of the government, that Chennai, Tamil Nadu is a pride state to hold such a big event.
And today is Independence Day?
It is our 77th Independence Day, yes.
1947?
No, 77.
70? No, but what year was it declared?
1945.
45, okay. And, I believe, was that the day that the flag was sort of brought into existence as well?
We hoisted the flag at midnight to ring in the independence from the British.
Right, okay.
So, we've come a long way.
And is the day seen as just a celebration of India, the country, or is it a celebration of freedom, or?
It is different take of this particular thing. On the whole, it is a celebration of India as a country.
Mm-hmm.
The entire country is shut today, as in it's a government holiday. Everybody is at home. There are institutions that celebrate. There are government offices that celebrate this take of the freedom that we have got 77 years ago.
So special thanks to all of the crew working on the event today. It's a public holiday, and all of our cameramen and event staff are doing double, going above and beyond for this Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. So pretty cool that it kicks off on Indian Independence Day.
Absolutely. I mean, it is another history in the making, because this is the first of the WSL, and we are part of this history in the making. A wonderful way to celebrate Independence Day.
And did you get to go to El Salvador? Do you travel with the national team at all?
No, I did not.
Maybe one day, if Shrishti keeps her trajectory going, you might be supporting her as a parent.
I always have my best wishes for her. Nevertheless, I'm proud of whatever she does.
Oh, fantastic. So how did you get into being a beach announcer at Indian surfing events?
Thanks to my daughter, because she was very interested in the sport. In fact, I have a son who also, tried his hand at surfing. He does surf off and on, but she took to it very, very passionately. And would you want to say something on?
Well, yeah, that's true. Just the one turn, quick little in and out. It was a pretty good turn, but that won't factor into her top two scores. We'll flip priority over to Kamali, and we are still waiting on a score to come in for Shrishti. Her last wave, I'm not sure if we saw it. And the rock in the lineup is a bit of a novelty. You don't see that at every surf spot.
Yeah, but the locals call it the horse rock. I don't know what is the story behind. I'm yet to find out. In fact, I discovered that today. They call it the horse's rock, Gudurakal in the local vernacular.
In Tamil?
Yes, in
right.
Tamil.
Okay, we've got someone up surfing at the moment, and that is the Shore Temple on the headland. So we've got the drone flying through, and you come over these trees, and bang, That is the wave right underneath the temple, so about as picturesque and as spectacular of a surf spot as you'll see anywhere in the world. There's an incredible, not an incredible wave, but there is a wave in Indonesia on the west coast of Bali called Tanah Lot, which breaks right at the base of a temple. It's not the best wave, but it is the most photogenic wave. So a lot of the surf photographers over the years will take surfers up to get, a beautiful photo in front of this incredible temple that's right on the beach. And it's not too dissimilar right here. Okay, this is True Starling. She's in the red jersey of the top seed, and unfortunately overcooks that turn, but not to worry. That was her 8th wave, and her first and her third, the pick of the bunch, 6.25 and a 5.25. An 11.5 total is the highest score we've seen so far on the opening day of the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open, the first ever WSL event to be held in India, and we're kicking off on Indian Independence Day. So fantastic to be here. That is the town of Mahabalipuram. Is Shrishti on her backhand. Not the greatest of waves. Just a minor score. She is out of there. 4.5 the last wave for True Starling. She didn't even finish that last turn. So left a few points behind on that one. 6 minutes 40 to run.
So may I ask you, what is the awareness of people across the globe? I know right now we are on the global map where surfing is concerned, but did that come as a surprise?
Knew there were waves in India. Was very surprised yesterday when I went for my first surf at how fun it was. I thought it was going to be a little bit more of a struggle, and I keep hearing that the conditions at the moment are pretty bad for how good it can get right here. And I had a blast surfing yesterday, like genuinely good time. I'm from Perth in Western Australia, which has awful waves. For a state that has incredible waves, Perth is terrible. And if we had a right like this one in the middle of Perth, I wouldn't have to travel to these events all the time to get my surfing fix, because it was really, really fun. There was a clip years ago that did the rounds of a surfer called Dave Rastovich surfing between a pier on an island off the south, I believe, of India. And so people know that there's waves, but an island is, a bit of an outlier, literally and figuratively. So to be on the mainland and seeing waves, I just really hope that we get to see it pumping over the next few days, because it's such a fantastic setup, and
Absolutely.
These are the kinds of places that you just want to go and get to dive into a new place, new culture, and some surfing to boot. That's perfect combination as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely, I'm sure it's such an enriching experience when you travel across, for events like this. And this, rightly said, there's so much that you learn apart from the sport. You get to know so much about the local history.
Yeah, and I mean, just landing in a country, you think you've learnt a little bit about it over the years, but it's not till you land somewhere that you start seeing things, and then you get Googling and looking up this, that and the other, and you learn more in a day or two in the country than you would learn through 10 years of looking at books.
Absolutely. What you see and what you actually experience can be two different things altogether.
I wasn't expecting the tuk-tuks. I know they're in Sri Lanka, but they've always sort of seemed like more of a Thailand deal to me.
We call them autos.
Autos, okay, yeah.
So somebody did ask, since we mentioned that, let me just share this quick anecdote.
That's a beautiful shop, by the way, down the beach with the fishing boats and all the buildings in the background. Sorry, carry on.
So somebody asked me, why is it that the tuk-tuks here have the same color? Why aren't they, of different colors? So it's just that the regulations state that when you register under the transport authorities, you have to have the color. But if you own a private tuk-tuk, you can have the color of your choice.
There you go. What's a tuk-tuk worth?
I wouldn't know, but I guess it's a couple of lakhs.
Okay, so this is Gavita paddling out for the next heat. And she'll be coming up against Jessie Starling, the second of our Sydney Cider Aussie commentators who are double dipping. They're going in the event as well. Sugar Shanti, I believe she comes from the West Coast.
She comes from the West Coast and she's our reigning champion. We recently had a series of national events. We just finished with one at Kovalong. We had the 4 series one, which started at Mangalore. Then we went to Pondicherry, to Mahabalipuram, and the last one culminated at Kovalong.
This is Kamali. And that wave just peters out. So wave selection letting the local girls down in this heat for mine. True Starling has competed for years and years and years around Australia on the QS, is pushing to get up onto the Challenger Series. So a very fierce competitor. She comes from the northern beaches of Sydney, which it's hard enough just to get a wave there, let alone compete there. And we're about to see her sister Jessie in action in the next heat. But a learning experience for Kamali and Trishti in these kind of heats to see how a surfer like True goes about it.
It's amazing to watch women surf, and like I said, it's lovely to see the numbers grow. And looking forward to more participants in the coming years from the women category.
Yeah, absolutely. We were walking down the beach for a surf yesterday and a photographer came up and insisted on taking a photo of Jessie and True, and I was trying to convince him that Jessie Starling was Steph Gilmore, but I'm not sure he quite bought it. He thought she needed to be taller. 90 seconds to go. That is 3 local competitors in the next heat making their way out. So they're going to stick close to the groin and make their way up the rock wall, paying attention to stay out of the way of the competitors in the current heat. And then I believe we're going to go on hold for a little while and just see what happens with the waves. But men's round 2 is on standby. There's a selection of the nations that are competing. Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Philippines, Maldives represented there amongst a few others. 1 minute remaining, so True Starling in the lead with a 6.25 and a 5.25, and she has priority. So this one is well and truly under the Australians' control, but Kamali and Trishti will be far richer for the experience. And at the moment, it's Kamali who's looking like booking that slot in the next round. Trishti is chasing a 4. Very gettable, but only 35 seconds to go. Well, Sinatra, it's been a pleasure having a chat and hearing...
Thank you very much for having me here. It's been a pleasure indeed.
I think we'll need to do it again over the course of the event and hear a little bit more about this fantastic local culture and the history, and especially your insights into the Indian surfing story, because it's a great story to tell, and we're looking forward to seeing it develop over the years. All right, this is True Starling bringing it through, and she is advancing to the next round. She'll be joined by Kamali. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick little break. We'll be back with the second heat in the round of 20. Women's side of the draw, the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. This is Chris Binns and Sinatra Salvam signing off for now.
Thank you so much.
Let's get lost in the big world. 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 Let's get lost in the big world.
Welcome back to the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. Chris Binns here alongside Dai Wacko. And in the water right now, Jessie Starling, Shugi Shanti Banas, Sinchana Gudwa and Garvita Baldua. And we just saw True Starling take the win from Kamali and Shrishti. 28 minutes to run in this one. One wave ridden so far by the surfer in red, Jessie Starling. Just a minor score, a 1.25. And Dai, what have you been making of the action, mate?
Well, the last heat from the True Starling from last heat, she was ripping out there. She scored 6 point something. The ride was amazing.
Yeah, she had a 6.25 and a 5.25, I think. So an 11.5 two-wave total. That's us. Sweating it out here in Mahabalipuram. We're about 60 kilometres south of Chennai. Oh, Jessie Starling hooking into a left on her backhand.
So looks like the ties goes out a little bit more, but still it has left in this area. But as the ties goes out more, the right will be better.
Yeah, so looking at the screen right now, you can see that right breaking out the back next to the rocks. That's kind of where you surf on the higher tide to try and get the running rights. And then as the tide drops out, it turns into a bit more of a peak, a little bit to the left of screen. So you will see the occasional competitor hooking into a quick little, 1 or 2 turn left, but the rights will also start to stand up and run down the beach a little bit more and get around that big rock. Horse's Rock, according to Sinatra, is what the locals call it.
Horse's Rock. Okay.
Right, 26 and a half minutes to go. Second score comes in for Jessie Starling, a 3.5, and that would have been for her left. So one of the highest scoring lefts we've seen this morning. So what it is, bang on midday right now. It's steaming hot out there, and it's only going to get hotter throughout the afternoon, that's for sure.
So just over 25 minutes, and only surfing red and blue. Had a couple of waves. Here is white up and riding. Nice turns on her backhand. Nice linking turns through the inside section, but nothing in the end section. How was it?
Yep, so that's going to be not much of a score, but a score nonetheless. Sugar Shanti Banas, a 0.9, sees her in third, and there's the last score for Sinchana's last wave. That was a 2, puts her up into second. Just over 25 minutes to run. So we have word through that this will be the last women's heat for the day. We are then going to go on hold. We're going to make another call on the state of the men's round 2 at 1:30 local time. So that's an hour and a half from now. So we're just going to see what the tide gets up to and see. I remember yesterday afternoon it did start to pump in the afternoon. So if that happens again, I don't think the contest directors will have any hesitation in flinging our competitors back out. And as we go deeper into the draw, the level of surfing and surfer will, only get stronger and make the waves look better as well.
I just talked to the Japanese surfers when I had a rest, and they were pretty excited to surf in the heat this afternoon.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the surfers are keen and there's waves, why not? We don't have a huge field this week, so we do have the luxury of being able just to run when it's, the peak of the conditions. And
so what's the surf forecast doing for the next couple of days?
Oh, it looks... I mean, I'm definitely not an expert. I've been here for 48 hours, but it looks like it can change super quick. It doesn't need much of a bump in swell for things to get significantly bigger or smaller. So the tiniest of little drop or or spike on the forecast can translate to, the surf disappearing or starting to pump. Yesterday was meant to be the worst of it, but yesterday afternoon was pretty good.
Yes, it was,
And
actually.
then today was not meant to be much better. And then talk yesterday was that tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday were looking like the pick of the bunch. But I think maybe those thoughts have been lowered a little bit since then. So it's just going to change hour by hour. Every time you walk into Ty Sarati's office, he's got the Surfline map up going through the charts, and it just changes all the time. So should be better.
Should be better.
Should be
Hopefully
better. Yeah. I spoke to one of the Indian winners of a heat earlier, and I said, what do you give this out of 10? He said this is 1 out of 10, which is pretty good, given that we both had a fun surf in it yesterday. So
That's that from that interview, I was so surprised by his saying this wasn't the best condition. Well, it's not the best condition, but still good condition, and there's the rip, so many chances to rip, but we are looking for the better conditions.
all right, that's Sugar Shanti Banas. She is the national champion, and that was a 0.9 her opener. She's about to back it up with whatever the score comes in at for this one. She doesn't need much to move into second. So 21 and a half minutes to go. Not sure if we'll get True Starling interviewing herself for a post-heat interview, but maybe she could go down and have a chat with Kamali, who came second, to have a little bit of a talk. Maybe they were chatting in the lineup during that heat. I don't know. True had her game face on. It looked like she'd turned up ready to kill. I'm not sure that's quite the spirit of the event, but be great to get some insights from someone who's just surfed a heat, that's for sure. That was Garvita Baldua on her backhand. Quickly up, quickly down. Special mention to our camera tech, who keeps coming in here to fiddle with our cameras. Long black pants. I'm not sure what he's got on as an undergarment, but then a long sleeve black woolen sweater as well. That is...
I don't know how they can manage this heat.
That is wild.
I'm sweating even with t-shirts and short pants.
Yeah. He is head to toe black with multiple layers at that. Good on him. All right, 20 and a half minutes to go. Here's us on screen once again. Big shout out to all of our sponsors, who these events just don't happen without the backing of plenty of people and plenty of corporations coming to the party. That is the beautiful Mahabalipuram right point break coming off the wall, going past Horses Rock. To the right is the Shore Temple, one of the 7 pagodas that are famed in Indian history. They're about 1,600 years old, according to the tour guide from the walk we went on last night. And 6 of them are out at sea underwater. But yeah, Marco Polo back in the day when Chennai was a fixture on the Silk Route used to reference them quite often in his chats. The Shore Temple, the one remaining above the waterline.
This heat is a little bit slower than the other heats we had before. The sets are not coming through full surface, only got 1 wave and 2 waves. So maybe that's because the tires goes out, or
Yeah, things have definitely slowed down. Having said that, we did just see True Starling drop an 11.5 two-wave total in the last heat. So there are scores out there. But yeah, it's not looking tip-top right now, that's for sure. So 18 minutes to go. Jessie Starling is in the lead with a 3.5 and a 1.25. Sugar Banas has a 0.9 and a 2.5 to be sitting in second. Sincha Gowda has a 2, just the one wave ridden. She needs a 1.4 to get up to second. Gavita Baldua, just a couple of minus scores with 17 and a half minutes to run. So this is the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. This is the second heat, women's round of 20 action. That's going to bring the field down to the round of 16 after this.
so we're gonna have on hold after this heat, and potentially we'll have a men's round 2 in the afternoon.
Yes,
and lots of seeded surfers coming in this round, so more great actions on the way.
Yeah, so it's the round of 48 for the men. And Kian Martin from Sweden via Brazil and Bali is the first surfer we'll see in action. He's just flown straight in from the Challenger Series event at Huntington Beach, the US Open of Surfing. And he'll be surfing alongside Toby Espion from the Philippines, Yuma Nagasawa from Japan, and Lakshitha Madhushan, who we saw win the first heat of the event this morning. He's from Sri Lanka, so a Swede, a Filipino, a Japanese, and a Sri Lankan in the heat. How cool is that?
Very international heat coming up.
16 minutes remaining. Very, very sleepy heat, this one. Here goes Sugar Shanty. She can't get into that wave, so it's not going to do much apart from rearrange the priority deck a little bit.
Here comes a white. Unfortunately, unconnecting the inside sections. Just over the 15 minutes remaining, and second, third and fourth surfers need just small scores to get themselves into second position. It's a really slow heat.
Halfway mark, 15 minutes to go. It's Jessie Starling with a 3.5 and a 1.25. Score still to come in. Sugar Shanty Banas has a score to come in as well.
Okay, so we have just under 15 minutes remaining. Situation stays the same. Red is in the lead. Red got a 3.5 and a 1.25. Who lead the heat. Blue is in second position. Blue, you only require a 2.5.
Okay, last score comes in for Jessie Starling, minor. Same for Sugar Shanty. So very little movement on the scoreboard. 14 minutes to go. Here is Jessie Starling. Looks like a better opportunity. Maybe she got a little bit excited because she will not want to see a replay of that turn. Goes down. Another minor score for the Sydney sider.
That wave looked pretty good, but she just stuck her rail.
Requiring a 3.0. And we've got just under 14 minutes remaining surfers. After this heat,
Maybe it's sitting in the water too long is not good idea for this condition, because your body gets stiffed while you're sitting.
Yeah, overheat.
Yeah, and then because the waves are weak, so you need to be really gentle. to ride out of the wave. So maybe in this situation, you might want to move around and get as many as you can.
You've been talking to a lot of the Japanese competitors. Are a lot of the surfers on epoxies this week, or are they riding regular PU boards?
I've seen a lot of boxy actually for these kind of conditions, and they work really good. They ripped yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, just that little bit of extra buoyancy.
Gives you drives more.
It's amazing these days. So many more surfers are using epoxies. They were a little bit maligned when they first came out. You know, people used to call them corky and say that they didn't, behave the same as a PU surfboard, and a lot of people were reluctant to get off them. But now you've got, more of the hybrid products as well, like the EPS and epoxies, or you see an epoxy with a traditional wooden stringer that retains a little bit of that characteristic feel of a traditional surfboard. There's a lot more surfers going the epoxy as an option, even in competition.
Even in competition, especially in Japan, people tends to use epoxy more because we have very small wave condition often. So yeah, I think the technology of that getting better and better.
It's seems to be the wave pool weapon of choice as well. Of course, wave pool's fresh water, so you lose some buoyancy, and the idea generally is to stay on top of the water and go as fast as you can until you sink your board in and do a turn, just like that one that Jessie Starling did. That's going to be her second score, a 2.7 the result, so nothing she'll be thrilled with, but a 3.5 and a 2.7 do see her in the lead with 11.5 minutes to go. Okay, 11 minutes remaining. And this is the second of our round of 20 women's heats. And this is Sinchigauda on her backhand. Couple of turns, she's sticking with it, and she is out of there.
I think it was the best way for her so far.
Oh, there goes Jessie. Big turn. Can't hang on to that one. She goes down.
What do you think is happening in the surf condition right now?
Oh, I think it's just at some painful part of the tide where it can't quite figure out if it's coming or going. It's not doing the relatively weak swell too many favours, so I think a good call from the event organisers to go on hold for an hour and let it let the surf have a good hard think about things and decide whether it wants to turn up for the rest of the afternoon, and hopefully in an hour's time it will have clicked and we'll be back on and it's going to fire for a few more heats.
Surfers in main round, they are all excited to surf here for the event. And this event is really important for the surfers, especially for Japanese people, to qualify for the Challenger Series.
So how would most of the Japanese surfers have got here? Is the traditional route to fly to Singapore, or?
There is no direct flight from Japan to India, so we either go to Malaysia or Singapore to transit, and to Chennai.
Yep.
So it takes us about, including transit time, about 10 hours, 12 hours.
Okay, it's not too bad. God, that airport in Malaysia is enormous.
Yeah, true.
You land and you're like, okay, I've got an hour and a half to get to my flight, and then you start walking and you realise that you're going to be walking for an hour. It is so big. Here goes Jessie. Whoa, straight in Sinjana's face. No holds barred surfing from the New South Welsh woman. And a second turn. That's probably going to dislodge her 285 and go into her top 2.
I love how she adjusts the rail game compared to her last wave, because she got stuck her rail on the last wave, but she just managed very, very well on the last wave.
Okay, there it is, a 4, the last score. So talk us through the replay.
Well, that was a nice, gentle, engaging rail turn over there, and nice, strong finish right there, and she just made out of the wave. That's great riding from the surfing red.
Yeah, the first turn will be where the bulk of the points came from. A big fan of spray right in her fellow competitor's face as well, so a bit of a moral victory as well as the points on the board. 7.5 minutes to go. Jessie Starling now has a 4 and a 3.5. Sugar Shanti Banas is chasing a 5 for the lead. Sinchana Gowda is looking for a 2 for second place, and Gavita Baldua is looking for a 3.6 to get up to second. And hopefully towards final day we'll see, if the finals run on Saturday or Sunday, which are the weekend, we'll have a bit of a crowd down on the beach. The opening ceremony at Kovalam on Sunday night, there were thousands and thousands of people in attendance. There was a surfing demonstration, there was some yoga going on, and there was some rock and roll bands playing on the big stage as well. It was really exciting stuff.
It was a big event.
Here's the replay of Jessie's last wave. This is the 4, and that will be where most of her points came from. Big turn, opened the shoulders, really wrenched that turn, rotated nice and fast, and set up the ender there. Not a huge turn, but does sort of, seal the deal in the judge's eyes that everything's where it should be and that your board is well and truly under control. And for the result. So if we go on hold for an hour, are you going to try and sneak out for a surf?
Try to get a couple of waves. Here comes the set.
Well, Sugar Shanti had a paddle and she's cost herself second priority there. So all of these things, working with the judges, having the priority system, learning experiences for the local surfers. Priority is one of those things in surfing that can be really confusing if you're not quite sure how to get your head around it. It's relatively simple once you know how it works. It's basically a ticket system. You take a number and you wait your turn. But you need to try it once or twice to figure that out. And we just saw Sugar Shanti there. She made enough of an effort to paddle for that wave that the judges said, right, that counts as you trying to take that wave. You no longer have your ticket for second priority. So she moved to the back of the line.
The priority game is very, very important in this modern surfing games. But even experienced surfers get confused with the priority game. So you just need to experience it first to get used to it.
Yeah, it's a funny one. You see, even world champions can sometimes do their head in over priority. Gabriel Medina would, kill his own pets to get priority. He just has to catch the first wave of a heat, no matter what. And that works for Gabby, but for other guys who get involved in the games with Gabby, might not help them. And it's often easier just to let him go. But then you see surfers get in sync, and if you get in sync in a set and you're on it, the first good wave of every set, that's a heat win. So, whatever works for you, you just need to find your thing and stick to it.
There's a different style of using priority for every surfers. To me, trying to get 3 first priority in my heat, that's my plan for the winning games.
but everyone has different like attack to the priority game. But that's actually another fun part to watch the surfing games. Actually, not only riding, but how to manage the priority game.
I think in conditions like this, where it's small and fluky and kind of there's waves popping up all over the place, yes, the sets are definitely going to give you more opportunity, but do you want to sit and wait for one, or do you want to take off on a little wedge and see if you can get a good turn and get a half decent number? You're going to be straight back out into position straight away anyway.
Probably I would just, for the first section of the heat, I would get as many waves as I can so that I know where to sit. And after getting few scores, then probably I'll wait for the sets coming through. But I don't recommend to just sitting in one position and just stay there.
No, definitely not. You know, maybe if you know a wave, but for a lot of the competitors who are surfing out here, they're going to be surfing out here for the, you know, one of the first times in their lives. You can't pretend that you know what's going on out there, so
absolutely,
why act like that? Just stay busy and grab every opportunity that pops up in front of you and see what you can make of it. And then as you get deeper into the draw and you start feeling a bit of the rhythm and how this place plays out, then maybe you start sitting and waiting a little bit longer to get that opportunity.
Maybe throughout the final days, people will just waiting for the right ones and sitting in the one position because they surf a lot of heats beforehand.
Oh, absolutely. So from the quarterfinals onwards, it's going to be surfer on surfer. So two people in the water, and then you'll definitely see priority come into play. I mean, when you've got a 4-person heat and you're trying to get second or above, then you can scrap a little bit more because, you know, a smaller score might still be helpful in the end. 1 minute 15 to go. Jessie Starling's doing this one pretty easily with a 4 and a 3.5. She'd love to bank a slightly bigger score, however. Sugar Shanti Banas is sitting second with a 2.9 and a 2.5. Sinchana is looking for a 3.4 and Gavita is looking for a 4.85 inside the final minute, and then we're going to go on hold for exactly an hour. We'll be back at 1:30 local time. It is 12:30 local time here right now. And we'll be making the call on the fate of the men's round of 48. Heat 1 sees Kian Martin, Toby Espion, Yuma Nagasawa and Lakshitha, a Maldivian, a Japanese, a Filipino and a Brazilian Balinese Swede. All in action in the first heat when we resume. 20 seconds to go. It's looking like Jessie Starling has done enough in this one. Will Sugar Shanti Banas, the Indian champion, hang on to second? It's looking that way. As the hooter goes, it is Jessie Starling, the second of our Aussies, through to the next round. Sugar Shanti Banas will be joining her. And that is it for now from the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. We're going to go on hold for about an hour. Well, we'll make a call. I would imagine there'd be a half an hour start after that. So if we do kick off again, you'll be rejoining us in 90 minutes time. But on behalf of Dai Wacko and myself, Chris Binns, this is the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. It's been a very entertaining first morning of action. The first time ever that the World Surf League has brought action to India. And we've even seen a couple of Indians take out historic heat wins as well. It's been a fantastic morning. You enjoyed yourself, Di?
It's been exciting heats. So many exciting heats. Just looking forward to another one.
Absolutely. So don't go anywhere. More action from Mahabalipuram at the Tamil Nadu International Surfing Open when we come back, hopefully in about an hour and a half. Speak to you soon.
Son of the ocean breeze, somewhere you promised me a love like a fire, no freeze, no denial, just something to gladden me. I feel electricity, your lighting is guiding me. I feel that I like it, no place we can hide it, so hard not to find it. Ooh, no, 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 ooh, no, 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 no.
starting sibling.
Yes, me. Adat beda. Hello, hello.
the official call is we're on hold for another half an hour. It will be a 2 p.m. call. 2 p.m. call for a possible 2:30 start. So on hold for another half an hour. Good. Highly likely we will go into men's round 2. So stand by for a 2 p.m. call.
that come and go all day long. We are into the round of 56. We're kicking off with 4 heats of men's, all of the local surfers to get things underway. In the water right now is Tayan Arun, Lakshitha Madhushan, Harish M and Ruben V. And surfing yesterday, the Indian standard was pretty good. I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised as well. I think, they definitely excelled my expectations for what their surfing was going to be. And the wave was really fun too. You know, as I said, I never thought I'd come to India to surf, but I'm glad I have because, the wave we have today that we're all competing on is really fun, and I'm excited to watch the day ahead.
Yeah, there's a genuine buzz around the event. There is the lineup that we're looking at. So the fishing boats in the foreground, they come and go from about 4. Ruben V. And surfing yesterday, the Indian standard was pretty good. I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised as well. I think, they definitely excelled my expectations for what their surfing was going to be. And the wave was really fun too. You know, as I said, I never thought I'd come to India to surf, but I'm glad I have because, the wave we have today that we're all competing on is really fun, and I'm excited to watch the day ahead.
Yeah, there's a genuine buzz around the event. There is the lineup that we're looking at. So the fishing boats in the foreground, they come and go from There is the lineup that we're looking at. So the fishing boats in the foreground, they come and go from about 4 till 7 or 8 a.m. every morning. Although we've got some late starters heading out now they head out to about 30 metres of depth and go